Hey, 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 everybody. How's it going? Great to see you all here. How's it going, Ivy Blade? Zalex getting some eggs and waffles. Sounds good. Zip Zipskins, hello. Hey, yeah, 6'4 Ninja. Austin Fuego, hello. How's it going, Tom? I'm excited, genuinely excited for new champions to be added. So I'm sure you'll see some runs when the new patch gets given to me. Probably with the official release. I don't have any kind of early access, I don't think. Yeah, Chronometrics. Hope life's been treating you well lately. Baron Von Aus. Makes sense about the visual style being off-putting is a totally fair comment to me, Zip Zipskins. I felt the same way when first I saw the game, but after playing it a fair bit, there's some compelling gameplay there. So I think it was worth pushing past, at least for me. You might find it the same way. And it might be, indeed, there are some games, it sounds like Hades kind of falls into this camp too, where it's easier to keep track of and understand what you're seeing when you're the one in control of the action. Hey, Eclamaster. Know nothing about Monster Train. Well, you're in for a treat. Monster Train is a deck-building roguelike, much like Slay the Spire, and some of the core mechanics are still in play. You have 3 energy per turn you get to spend on cards. You draw 5 cards every turn. Cards that you don't play get put into the discard pile, and when the draw pile is empty, you shuffle the discard pile and start drawing through anew. But that's about where the similarities end, because Monster Train uses a 3-tiered combat system where you're deploying units on your side to deal with waves of oncoming enemies, kind of like tower defense style. I'll get into that a little bit more as we jump into our first run here. So we've beaten the game on the highest covenant, very similar to the ascensions of Slay the Spire, and now I'm working my way through these expert challenges. With the most recent patch, they added 15 different, basically collections of modifiers, challenge runs for the player to go through. And we've so far beaten 10 of them, but there are 5 yet to go. The one I want to start out trying today is Corrosive Cache. We tried it once before, but couldn't beat it. Corrosive Cache comes with all units take 2 damage after combat. That's us and enemies. We lose 1 gold whenever one of our units takes damage. And all units get multi-strike 1. And I'm thinking I want to try this with Umbra, as putting multi-strike on the Umbra champ sounds pretty intriguing. You jet it. Gonna make a joke about procrastinating, but I'll do it tomorrow. I like it. Hey, Dimitri. And I think I'll just roll random allied clan. I don't have any particular feeling on who I want. The heck was that? No particular feeling on who I want as an allied clan, but I know that I want to try out the champion of Umbra with multi-strike, so let's go with that and see where this attempt takes us. Jump right on into it, why not? Why the heck not? We rolled Stygian as our secondary, that's nice, gives us some ability to snipe enemies with stuff like Flash Freeze. I don't believe I've ever intentionally taken this card, Prism Retrieval. Draw a unit and enhance it with more damage but less cost. Kind of like, what's it called? Channel Song? Is that the one? The green card that draws a unit and enhances it. The fundamental problem here is that there's not often units in the draw pile when this card comes up because of how how Monster Train handles priority draws. It's just awkward, but it can at least pull train stewards, I suppose. Hey, Murphy 9. So at our start, we get to choose a champion variant and a artifact, which are like the relics of Slay the Spire. I usually think it's right to look at the artifact first. Ooh. Vapor Funnel. Important... I mean, Hell's Banners is also really, really good. When you summon the second unit during a turn, gain 3 energy. The Pyre doesn't get multi-strike, right? And in fact, because of the Acid Rain modifier, it's really unlikely that those low health units are going to get to the Pyre in the first place. And we have 2 copies of, what, like, Packed Morsels? Which makes it really, 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 really easy to activate the effective Hell's Banners, since Morsels are units. So let's take the Hell's Banners here. It's just a tremendous amount of energy generation. And if we can get the Consume... Yeah, here's the Gorge, the Glutton. It's either Architect or Glutton. Glutton gains bonus stats whenever they eat. Whenever they eat Pant. Which they'll do often. And start with a little bit of lifesteal. Only problem with them is that they're a little bit vulnerable at the start, although that also applies to Architect. Instead creates extra capacity. Feels like we want to go with Glutton. Just based on the stuff in my deck, right? I think so. Like, at least 80% sure that that is correct. Okay, so we should be able to easily take the Mark of Invasion here as our challenge. The start of each non-major boss combat, we get offered a trial, where you take a penalty, and in exchange you get an additional bonus at the end of the fight. Because the Acid Rain deals damage to all units after combat, then all of these summoned units should die on the first turn. Although it means we can't put any of our creatures on the top 2 floors, because they would die. But for those who are new to Monster Train, this is the base layout of a train. Like all trains, it is a multi-storied vertical construction, where we can have spots for all of our units. Each turn, enemy units will attack our units on our side, and then they'll move up to the next floor. And when they get to the top of the pyre, they'll deal damage to it. Slap down our champ on the bottom floor here. I think. Looks like he'll easily devour everything. Good for him. Thought I'd already beaten this with Wrathful Prince. I think we tried and failed with the Wrathful Prince. And I expect that the Wrathful Prince will serve us well in one of the other challenges. Guess we can just get a train steward killed. Okay with that. Actually, that loses me money, right? We lose cash every time a unit takes damage? Alright, I probably don't want to be throwing away train stewards then. That's alright. Okay, so that does in fact get away, if we don't flash freeze it. So noted. It's a shame, because I'd really rather flash freeze the guys in the bottom here. One of our Covenant modifiers means that any units we summon on the top floor get dazed, so they don't get to act on the turn that you summon them. Probably just throw some... Actually, the morsels are worse damage shields than the train steward would be. Take 15. Basically lose Penumbra if I don't flash freeze here. So do I have to let the collector get away? flash freeze one of these guys? Or is it enough to throw the train steward in front? I mean, I have no qualms restarting this challenge. I'll take the greedy play. And I guess we don't play any of this? Okay. So our champ will perish. Guess we're going to use a giant train steward instead. Perfect. I did that wrong. It's alright. I want to pick this guy off. Great. Sure. Good enough. Hit him with the frost thing. That's right, he's 5 times 2. Oh no! Travesty. Bosses with multi-strike is terrifying. I guess I could have saved him with a morsel, but he would have died to the boss's multi-hit. The morsels do have multi-strike, so we can actually do quite a bit of damage with those, right? If we want to. Boss might kill me, right? I think we're gonna die. Strong feeling we are. Alright, we want to throw one morsel in front here. Use that one. Do a lot more damage. Can't put the morsels up top. They'll die. Just lose money for deploying these, right? There's no other benefit. I guess I could have done 3 morsels to do a little bit. But we do live, so I'll take it. I'll take it. Mine Collapse does 3x damage to an enemy unit, and if it kills them, you gain 2 energy. And Umbra Assault can create more morsels for us, but we currently have more morsels than we know what to do with. I think I'll Mine Collapse. Ooh, I like Frenzied Swarm. Apply Dazed 1 to enemy units, preventing them from attacking, which is all the more important when they have multi-strike. Hell yeah. That can buy us some serious power. It feels like a Merchant of Steel is absolutely essential right now. We need, yes, we need a chunker. We need a unit, preferably one with Gorge, to tank hits for us. And then get some upgrades down on. Is it ever Shadow Eater? Probably Crucible Warden, right? But the damage shield is not that good. Problem with Shadow Eater is it takes up 3 capacity, so it's really hard to feed. But I'm kind of intrigued. Let's try it. Let's try it. We can give it multi-strike. Excellent. Just what I needed. 0 times 3. Giving it more health is certainly a good option, I think. I don't know that the runestone would be any good. Yeah, they did buff the Shadow Eater. They did. Did they do enough of a job? I'm not sure. But they did buff it. They did buff it. Give me more health. I'm gonna reroll. Endless. Or we could just make it even chunkier with 100 health. 10 attack's not bad either. That'll do a lot of damage. Oddly tempted by the Endless. And I have to worry about trying to keep it alive through multi-striking enemies. Yeah, I think hitting armor is still taking damage. I believe. You know what? I am gonna make it endless. Maybe? Got a feeling. Let's try that. That is not taking advantage of multi-strike whatsoever. But I'm going to try it. Spikes 3, no prob. Definitely going to kill my champion again. But we're doing it. Got the Shadow Gorger to gorge. Shadow Eater. Big beefy boy. Steal one. Perfect. Okay. My money. Let's forget about that detail. We probably want to set up on the second floor. Because one hit point enemies just get killed by the acid rain. I completely neglected that last combat. Whoops. My bad. Could have summoned the train steward to get more energy. Chose not to. We want to play the packed morsels on the bottom floor because it'll trigger these guys' incantability if I do it on their floor. Can't have that. Wick. Yeah, I've learned my... Well, no, the boss is just going to instantly kill the train stewards. The Shadow Eater can't do any damage to the boss, can it? I just did. Did not consider how useless this would be against a boss. We can put a steward behind the Eater, but it's the sweet boss. It'll just kill anything behind the Shadow Eater. So I think we're screwed, right? There's no way to... With 12 sweep damage, there's nothing that can be done, right? I'm going to die. Okay, we gotta count on this guy up top, I guess. To feed him some health, but that's... We're gonna require me to randomly pull health off the morsels. Which is not happening. We can make the Shadow Eater do some damage with these morsels. That'll help. Then he'll at least do something. Some retrieval would fetch a steward that wouldn't be able to do anything. Which is a real shame. Guess we hit it for 18. Helps a bit. Okay, we do 98 actually. That's pretty good. I'm correct, you just die instantly and lose me a gold. That doesn't change anything. Okay, we might have gotten there. Oh, those teeth, though. My money. We did make it endless for whatever that's worth. Oh, wait! That's how endless works with gorging? Oh my god, I had no idea. You get to keep your morsel bonuses. That's really, really cool. That's really, really cool. Lifesteal 3 and Ember Drain 2. Or Damage Shield 2, Rage 6 and Ember Drain 3 with Void Binding. I definitely see Ember Drain being a potential way to scale this up, especially with the Hell's Banners. So Ember Drain makes us lose energy every turn. It's a downside that comes with upsides. More bonus damage, damage shield, lifesteal. I think we need the lifesteal most of all. So I'm probably going to take Immortal Trade. Because I need a way to keep my hero alive. And lifesteal is going to be the best way, kind of, I think. It's odd with the multi-strike. Ice Tornado? It's not like we can't afford it. Yeah, give me an Ice Tornado. Card hits hard. Okay, we could duplicate our Endless Shadow Eater. Sounds helpful. Really like the idea of 20 Pyre health. Not really thrilled with a Merchant of Steel, though. Did not pick up another unit. I wouldn't mind duping Frenzied Swarm at all. In fact, that sounds awesome. I'm going to draw them at the same time, and it's going to be great. Ooh, and a Morsel Master. When you summon a Morsel unit on this floor, create a copy. Or Alloyed Construct. Fairly tanky boy. Kind of like a Morsel Master here. To let us duplicate our morsels. And what's the event gonna be? Yes! 5 copies of any card we want. What will it be? It might be Frenzied Swarm. Just to, like, never have to get attacked. Lots of immortal trades could be pretty good too. You can only play it once per turn. That is the slight issue with the Frenzied Swarm, right? So there's a diminishing returns on getting lots of them. Do it anyway. I believe. I believe. Played exactly once per turn. Be great. Surely. Surely this will be good. So, Daedalus summons a bunch of bombs that are going to explode, and it looks like we rolled the version that deals 1 damage to the front units whenever an enemy unit dies, which is mostly going to cost me money. A lot. Guess we'll squeeze the Morsel Master in behind this guy. Heal off all that damage. Could Ice Tornado to do more damage to Daedalus? Seems reasonable. The Strain Stewards on the bottom to not draw them at a money cost? Eh. Hit Daedalus here. Available, huh? Shield. That morsel launcher hit points, eh? You're actually healing because of lifesteal. Fair enough. In that case, summon this thing. 40 times 2. The beefiest steward. Not gonna play him though. Lifesteal, sir. Kind of forgot I only had 1 energy there. Final wave. Yeah, the duplicated one does count towards the Herzal Banner, as I was wondering. Good to know. What do we got here? Oh, beefy Train Steward just in time to do some serious damage. Glorious. Got him. Okay, and the 2 damage isn't per round of combat. It's just after combat happens. Noted. So noted. Alright, good Daedalus fight. And there's a Blazing Bolt being offered to us. Deal 30 damage to the front enemy unit. Add a stronger version of this card to your hand. Or to your discard, excuse me. Levels up 3 times, ending up doing a total of 120 damage, I think. Deep Offering, also very powerful. Discard your hand to draw 5. Although works awkwardly with the Frenzied Swarms. What ends up a great way to spike through frontline units on enemies. Hey, Despot. Training is going pretty well so far. Haven't died yet, although we almost died. Let's take the Blazing Bolts. 35 already. Could take a Titan Sentry to put on the bottom to frostbite stuff. Feels like we have enough units currently. I'd just like to upgrade the Morsel Master. Probably going to take Capacity as our boss reward here. And we want to get rid of Train Stewards. Does this work with the Acid Rain to still apply? It must, right? Revenge triggers when damaged. So, Titan Sentry seems like they might be pretty good. Take a second Morsel Master. I feel like we're going to end up too cramped if we do that. Let's say no. Choose the +1 capacity on each of our floors, letting us cram more units in there. Engine of Magic versus remove 2 and an artifact and heal 20? I gotta go this way. Deal 3 damage to the rear enemy unit when a morsel unit is eaten. It's not quite what I wanted. Or -1 strength to enemies, which would definitely be impactful with multi-strike. Like that. Need Teeth of Gold less with the Acid Rain hitting every turn, right? Get that champ upgraded. +7, +3. Oh my god. I forgot how big the numbers got on this thing. Although the base stats don't increase at all, notably. Slap Trample on him? Be kind of fun. That +7, +3, thank you very much. This is what we got the dazes for. I want that random artifact. Penumbra was buffed when they added the challenges, I believe. I think? Alright, we actually want to set up on the bottom floor because these guys get way too strong. Way too quick. You're going up to the next floor regardless. that way. Wait, did dazing them deactivate the resolve effect? Yes, it does. Oh, I forgot it does that. Oh, that's so convenient. That is extremely convenient. The health. I'll put that there. So we'll stun these guys again. Though I don't do any AoE now. Go on top, I guess. Morsels, hello. Hello, Morsels. Are you there? There's a few morsels. Kind of a disappointing number of them, though. Here we go. Event on him. Flash freeze you. You'll be dealt with. There's nothing down here. You need more life. And I can daze all of these. Okay, here's our packed morsels. Way behind schedule. Some combination of Antumbra and Magma Morsels. Let's give him the health to survive a couple of hits. That's the way to go here. 3D damage. Cool, that actually does some amount of damage. Doesn't matter if we play this Frozen Lance. They'll hit the next floor anyway. We can save a fair bit of health by Frenzied Swarming. I don't think it's going to prevent this guy from doing a whole lot. Let's do that. Okay, we might even be able to have killed him. I think it works that way, though, right? Because our units would also be dazed. Okay, whatever. A TL 3-minute tool-assisted speedrun? What? That's pretty crazy sounding. That's definitely crazy sounding. Alright, so here's where we just plop the Shadow Eater back in front of our Penumbra. But that's actually not quite enough. GG. Ooh, Icicle Fracture. The end of turn apply Frozen to a random card in your hand. Heck yeah. Frozen being retain. So at the end of turn we retain a random card. Even is descend friendly and enemy units. Definitely some things we could do with that. Ember Cache generates excavated embers. Which are basically like adrenalines, but they go to the discard pile, so we don't see them for a very long time. Don't think we want those. Or Void Binding. Damage Shield 2, Rage 6, Ember Drain 3. I could see this being good. It's done in 3 seconds after the cloaking goes off, so what must the kill strategy be? Is it like double ion bomb, double halberd beam? That would still be too slow, wouldn't it? The heck is the weapons loadout here? Yeah, sorry, didn't mean to actually play music there. I wanted to see the weapons. God, it's so short. Black 2 Hull Beam. Oh, cool. That's a weapons loadout I've never seen before. Alright, I'm skipping all these cards because I hate them. Multi-strike Glacial Seal. Now we're talking. Perfect. Exactly what we needed. Alright, it's Merchant of Magic time, right? I get another artifact, another remove 2, and a merchant that's actually pretty good. Hell yeah. Not that one. Not Volatile Gauge. Not here. No. You got nerfed so hard, you're not good anymore. Spell weakness, I guess, is decent. Not amazing. Decent, but not amazing. Making Frenzy's Forms free could be nice. What else would be nice? Permafrost on Immortal Trade could be really important. And that would make a good dupe target. I'll make Blazing Bolt's a little bit cheaper. If I reroll, I won't be able to afford the thingy, so I'm just going to go for a card purge instead. Mr. Bombear! Starting us out with a first dad joke of the day. Why do cows wear bells around their neck? Because their horns don't work. Glad to have you hanging out with us today. Let's dunk some stewards. Get them out of here. Get them gone. Spell Shield 2, I mean, that's reasonably dealable with. Don't do that much spell damage. So heck, why not? Doesn't save them from the dreaded acid rain, after all. Let's create the beefiest Penumbra ever, please. Like that. Oh god, he's so angry. Wait a minute. These frenzied swarms make the icicle fracture terrible. How did I not consider that before? Disaster. Yeah, well, one a days next turn, not this turn? Yeah. Really care if the beefo dies. Him bigger. Okay, I'll probably stun these two next turn. Keep saying that. Have some health. We're actually gaining health again because of lifesteal, so we still don't need the Frenzied Swarms. Well, now that's just getting annoying. Here's our fully leveled up Blazing Bolts. You can die. I should really like that with the extra capacity we can put the Shadow Eater in front of Penumbra when the boss arrives. It's like super handy. Oh, that's right, your sweep. Oh dear. Okay, good. The lifesteal made the difference. And we get some days just in case. What, a second? 2 sweet bosses in the same run. That's just rude. That's just rude. Alright, made it through though. did make it through. I think we probably want to cannibalize, because we're a little short on morsels. Requires us to sacrifice a unit. We could even sacrifice our morsel dude if we want to. If we were generating too many morsels, then Feast is the kind of card you want. Or a second Blazing Bolts, but let's try the cannibalize here. You'll die instantly, so we don't want you. Ice and Pyre is okay with the Icicle Fracture. Looks like a skip here, though. Alright, it's time for Fell, right? We're up to ring 6. Yes, we are. Hellvent and Duplicate. And remove more. Or Concealed Caverns, Merchant of Magic, and more health. Keeping Permafrost Immortal Trade is okay, although the Frenzied Swarms are a problem. You dupe the Blazing Bolts, too. That's a good target to dupe. Like that. To dupe a Frenzied Swarm? That's right. Got it. Got the right idea. Okay, Rage Fell, a little bit scary. Especially with multi-strike on her units. They can do a lot of damage with some Rage. Well, it's only Rage 3. 11 times 2 is spicy. Decidedly spicy. Fell takes 2 damage too? That's kind of funny. So Master up top? Or Master needs to be down here. Oh god. Okay, but like, where's the morsels at? Hello? We have them in the drop pile somewhere. I think we're just dead to this draw order. I can't do any damage if we don't draw any morsels. Oh, not quite. Go down to 3 from that one guy slipping by. Jesus. And this guy will kill me basically all of the time. He actually gets angrier if I summon stuff. Yeah. In retrospect, the frenzied swarms didn't quite do what I wanted them to do. Well, they did buy me time to stay alive. I diluted the deck too much. It's alright. Go for one more shot with Umbra on this challenge, but I can't say I was very impressed with the first one. time we have Melting Remnants as our secondary. Ooh, extinguish abilities trigger an extra time. Can definitely do some hot nonsense. Generally like the Infused Mallet too. 25% chance to do damage when an enemy unit enters the train. But it's gotta be the Wax or Snuffer. There's so much ridiculous nonsense you can pull off. I'll take the Architect, just because I'm not impressed with Glutton after that last attempt. Sure, shouldn't be that big of an issue. That big of an issue. Just love playing in bed too much. Hey, I can understand that. I can definitely understand that. %. I don't have that awesome summon relic anymore either. I think I like Architect a lot too, because you're kind of constrained to a couple of floors only. You really don't want to set up on the bottom floor to let the Acid Rain do the thing. Do I dripfall my own unit and just, like, entirely skip the question of how do we deal with this? I think I do. Although, that would put him into a 4-pit floor. Like, problem. I think that's still the correct answer, though. We do this. Sneak around, basically. We do most of the required damage. I'm sure if we daze the boss, then yeah, we get them. Those drip falls are sneaky. Those drip falls are definitely sneaky. Mind Collapse will be nice. Take one just to hit stuff in the back line. Oh yeah. Extinguish applies Stealth 4 to friendly units. That's a lot of stealth. That's a lot of stealth. Remit hosts summons 4 drafts. I'm gonna take the Mold Encasement. Harvest unit with host could be pretty good. I would certainly agree with that. Want to go Merchant of Steel usually, right? It's gotta be correct. I guess Lady of the House is better than the Paraffin Enforcer, but not by a lot. Not by a lot at all. Endless, though. Okay, that's a win con. That is definitely a win con. We have infinite stealth now. Seems good. Seems extremely good. We'll put some strength on the lady of the house, I guess. So we need to find a real way to scale. But that's a good start. And we can even duplicate. We can even duplicate this. Hey, K-Man, you're looking at one of the special modifiers for this particular challenge, which is that we lose 1 gold whenever a friendly unit takes damage. That's how we've ended up with an odd number. Or an even number, as the case may be. The shenanigans going on. Spike Boss. Oh, whatever, we don't care about how much damage enemy units do. We are invincible. After all. Oh, they do that before they die. Okay. Fair enough. In that case, we'll daze him so he doesn't add another one of those. Work the way I want it to? No. No, it does not. Damn it. Do that instead, then. Fuck the steward. Sometimes all you need is to be invincible for a few turns. Spooky stealth prevents us from being targeted by our opponents, so we can just wail on them. Space Prism seems kind of nice, actually. We're going to be compounding ourselves into 1 or 2 floors. Don't really want more morsels very much. Another drip fall could be neat. Hallowed drippings to extend the life of our Lady of the House is acceptable. Wouldn't call it good, but it's acceptable. I think that's enough. There we go, Wickless Baron. Harvest. Harvest doesn't apply when morsels are eaten, but does apply for other stuff. He's good, and he'll be very good with double endless molten encasements. He'll be extremely good, in fact. So let's set that up now. Go to this Merchant of Steel next floor. Okay, yeah, this has got to be the way to go. Need 1 more remnant unit. Oh my. Legion of Wax is insane. Like, actually insane here, right? Completely, absolutely. Not only free multi-strike on Wax, we also have the Waxer Snuffer, so it's gonna split in 4 instead of in 2. Which means this thing has quadruple the normal damage output that it usually does, which is already a lot for Legion of Wax. That's ridiculous. Give me that. That's really, really ridiculous. I'm still duplicating the Molten Encasement. But know that that Legion of Wax is ridiculous. Do you investigate the crystals further? Oh. Oh. We could make either the biggest Wax Legion. We'd have to take capacity, because he actually won't fit without the... We did take the Space Prison, right? That'll be a 6 capacity unit.
Valued supporters. It says continued support of the XCOM project.
The other option is to make it the Small Legion, so I can just cram it into the same floor with the Wickless Baron. Beached Whale, thank you so much for the 6 months and the Prime sub. The whole half year. Yeah, a 38-38 multi-striking, double-splitting Legion seems... ridiculous. If the biggest boy. Welcome, large lad. Become big. There's a blinding flash and an ear-splitting roar, where your ally once was, now stands. A behemoth. You depart, the train lurches into the creature's newfound way. The biggest boy. Not sitting up on that floor, obviously. Put the number on top. I don't want to redraw these. I'm not going to get a lot of harvests off on the top floor. We're going to leave the Baron at home for now. Yes! The large lad is here. Only meant mine? No, all units, including enemies, unfortunately. Tragically. Dare I say disastrously. One at a time, please. What's in the back? And use morsels. Now that's what I call a legion, oh my god. And they each split in 4 again? It's beautiful. It's so beautiful. Now that's what I call damage. Become angry. Dang. Dang. So, do we feel the need to add a bounty stalker in here? With already multi-strike and double extinguish again? Or are we like, we're kind of already set with the Legion, right? Feels like. We could do pretty crazy things with the Wickless Baron. And Penumbra as is. And yeah, we don't have ways to recur it. No. Take the capacity. We can play our large child. Once again. Architect 2, 50 times 2, more health, more additional capacity. And we can make it endless. Amazing. So what would we most want? Probably not any of these, right? A large stone on it. Quick would be good. Multi-strike would be very, very good. If we'd taken the Bounty Stalker, we would make it endless. But we didn't take the Bounty Stalker. Oh, I was supposed to put something on the Wickless Baron while I was here, too. We'll just make him chunkier for now. But I was definitely supposed to put, like, a Battle Stone on him. Alright, well, I feel very good with Multi-Strike 2. 15 armor, no prob, right? No prob. Bring it. See what happens. I'm going to try to put Penumbra and the Wickless Baron on the bottom floor this time. Let's see how this goes. Do I dare put the Baron in front? I think I do. And if we get the morsels killed on purpose... then we do get the harvest. I don't think we're actually summoning Lady of the House here. Rude. Molten Encasements are supposed to be here by now. We can descend you? That sounds hilarious. Although that'll cause this guy to put another weight of contrition on top. Kill it with the drag, though? Perfect. Easy. Rip stealth, but also rip the boss. Got him. Got him. More capacity on this floor? Sure. I also don't have a note that we've never won with this card, so let's take it. Intent on death. Intent on death. I mean, we have to, right? You gotta. You gotta. Ooh. The unit center with lifesteal too. Helps us stay alive a little bit longer. I don't want to give enemies... I actually don't want hammer chestplates, because it'll mean that the molten encasements would no longer die to the acid rain. So I'll take the lifesteal. The shame double stack intent on death is not a thing. Double stack void binding is kind of cool. Rage 12, damage shield 4, and ember drain 6. Dang. Big dang. Okay, we're probably gonna buy some stuff here. So concealed caverns. Spend our money before the concealed caverns? Yeah. Doesn't feel like it's worth 105 gold. The void binding's kind of incidental. It's not really what we're doing. And power on Mind Collapse will help. We'll make Crucible Extension cheaper. Eternal Stone? Okay. Whatevs. That was not a very good Merchant of Magic. Alright. We can spend our money here. Have some money. I'll pay 5 health. 5 more. Give me an artifact. Sure. Actually, that's really good. With Endless Tomb units. Gain 5 energy every turn? Don't mind if I do. What will I use the energy on is a good question, but 5 energy per turn is certainly something I can use. Theoretically. Train stewards in the stack? We have all of them? Probably removing and duping. Duplicate the Legion of Wax? Well, that's just ridiculous. Alright, I'll pay for 1 removal. 1 train steward can leave. the Bottle Relic. The Refined Void starts all of our units with Lifesteal 2. And I'd like to see these stinky stealth boys try to beat me. Good luck. That's an awful lot of damage, though. As long as I can survive, we'll be good. Just throw one more soul in front, and Mind Collapse one of them. Then we'll heal up a bit. Although we won't, because we don't get to hit them. Please buy me some time. Oh, we get to do this? Yes! I've always wanted to do this combo. So collectors say Extinguish, trigger on death, gain 75 gold, and Intent on Death says trigger a unit's extinguish ability without killing it. You can get money off collectors with that card. That's so cool. Stealthy boys, hello? Do I need 3 of them? Where are the stealthy boys at? Yeah, I just need to thin the deck down a bit. Really all we need. Here they are. Let's see if this alone is enough to actually beat the boss. Wow. Yes, it is. Oh, you're... Oops. I need to put the second Molten Encasement in the back. That wouldn't have worked either. Was there a right way to do that? Whatevs. Legion of Wax obviously completely obliterates the fight. We will take 1 less loss of gold if I use a Molten Encasement. Apply Trample. Is that actually helpful? Not really. We have Multi-Strike, we don't need Trample. Never actually won with Shroud Mitosis. Yeah, we could take it just to gold the card. Although it feels like a good card. Now this I might take to gold. Mortal Entrapment. 25 damage to apply Daze 2 to an already damaged unit. For 3 costs. Pick one up to carry it around. Go this way. Remove 2 choo-choo lads. And what am I duping? We could dupe Intent on Death. We could dupe the Legion of Wax. Because 2 of these is completely necessary. Could dupe Space Prism. Quite reasonably. Even dupe a Molten Encasement because I've been having a hard time drawing them. Dupe Legion of Wax. Sounds fun. There's no way. There's no way anything can get through all that. Thank you for the ultimate penance immediately. I appreciate you. You know, I'm going to put Penumbra on the small floor. Then we can put the waxes down instantly. Let's get me slapped with a Weight of Contrition, though. Alright, you go here. Am I not playing the Baron? I think we're fine not playing the Baron. It'll be fine. Yeah. There it is. Intent on Death. Trigger unit's extinguish ability without killing it. Blam. Oh, blam. That does how much to Fell? And they all have lifesteal? Apparently the room has reached the 7-unit limit. Did you know? Did you know? I've learned this. Here, you know what? You take some damage. They're only spawning 1 now when they die instead of 4 because there's no room. That means I could just slap this on. No problem, because we're gaining 5 energy a turn. No problem. Lose so much gold, though. There's a capacity of 30? Seems like an unnecessarily large limit. But okay, sure. Six is the max capacity a unit can have. Wait, you're telling me that on Shadow Siege, Large Stone is totally free? that what I'm hearing? I don't know why I cost myself 2 gold by playing those. You just can't put a large stone on it. Oh. Well, that's sad. Boop. That wasn't even very good draw order. Alright, Devourer of Death. I've also never even taken this card. Slap one in there. Definitely don't need energy, don't need really capacity. Let's take some draw. Help us deal with the embiggeness of the deck. Biggedness. Artifact dupe or remove 2 Merchant of Magic. Probably remove 2 Merchant of Magic. Probably remove 2 Merchant of Magic. And 75 gold. Let's see. 100 times 2? Dang, Architect. The beefy lad. Don't need all these dregs either. Okay, we can hold over the Intent on Death, although I'm not actually sure that's helpful to me. It's kind of hilarious to do holdover Crucible extension. That sounds pretty funny. Also not sure if useful. Hold over the Void Binding. That's kind of cool. We could make it holdover and 0 cost. Ooh, that's pretty powerful. Oh my god, yeah, Intent on Death works on the Molten Casements too. We can stack more stealth that way. Yeah, that's the winner then. Certainly hold over Intent on Death. I like making the Void Binding free. Slap a couple discounts here and there. Really care for either of this. We'll buy one more card remove. One more, or one less dreg. Splitting a Legion, I believe, does not inherit Rage. Or Lifesteal or anything like that. This dude has Trample, the boss does, so he's kind of nasty if you're relying on, like, chump blocks of any kinds. We actually drew one early? Oh my god. You a wizard? On the bottom here. Nice, and that gets everybody killed. Well, that one's getting away. I'm gonna put those in the back now. Although the morsels will get hit too. With the way that I've done this. We just put the morsels behind that. Actually, it'll be fine. Smart. That. You can go in front. Another harvest kill. put you here, but you won't kill the collector. So we lose that on that 100 gold, but I'm okay with that. More? And then do we just send it? I won't be able to put any more... Actually, wait. 1, 2, 3... Yeah, we won't be able to put any more stealth down if I do that. So I'm not sure I actually want to do it. It's actually chugging the computer a little bit. Again! More! More of them! Infinite big boys. The largest lads. The best way to lose all of my money in this challenge. More stealth. We have 23 rounds of stealth. Amazing. Quick, make more capacity. Not even gonna play this guy. Although I should play it at least to see what it looks like one time. I've never seen its model before. Alright, and with 34 rounds of stealth, yeah, we just kill the boss. As you'd expect. Close fight. Close fight. Alright, well, GG. Sure. This card also isn't gold. More stealth? It's a less good stealth than the other stealth. Way too late for Subsuming Blade. I don't think any of this matters. I'll take 10 gold then. So let's see. There's always a... I feel like there's always a hell vent on the last floor. Let's see. Would we want to dupe anything? Not really, although a third Molten Encasement would be really helpful. Just thin the deck down. It's basically the same thing. Duping Holdover Intent would also be ridiculous, right? Don't want to make anything else hold over, although I could. Let's see what's in the trinket merchant. More upgrade slots for spells. Damage shield 2 to the first friendly unit summoned each turn. Yeah, which Seraph am I fighting? Cleanse all units of effects which don't benefit Seraph. Which I think includes stealth, right? Interesting. So, are there any spells in the deck that I'd like to slap holdover onto that already have 2 upgrades on them? No, I don't even have spells with 2 upgrades. Alright, let's reroll this. See what we get. Block. Chance to remove buff units on enemies. Are there buffs on this upcoming fight? Firewalls a little bit help. I don't think resin block works the way I want it to with the Legionoax. Right? I don't think so. Oh, it makes the Stealth Tomb very angry. Amazing. That's I had not considered that. Pretty funny. Is it helpful? That just sounds funny enough to let's do it. I'm in. I'm all about it. In fact. Let's do holdover on this Void Binding too, because why not? Why not?
Commander, one of our
That seems good enough.
most valued
Don't want to purge anything else.
supporters says continued support of the
Good
XCOM
roll, thank you so much for the
project.
Prime sub in the 15 heckin' months. That's a lot of months. Many moons. Because of lifesteal. Actually split right away. And I can engine upgrade this floor now that I've done this, because we're never going to need to play it again, right? Alright, here's the Wickless Baron. Got holdover Void Binding ready. Although that'll be a problem to play now, wouldn't it? Because we don't have the tomb units down yet. I could play it one time. I don't think that's a wise idea, though. We'll play Devourer of Death just to see what he looks like. It's kind of weird. Played on the Dreg? Oh yeah, we can keep it in the hand. Good idea. That's right, we don't actually have to invest in it yet. You just play it on units that are gonna die. And keep drawing it. Oh god! Joke's on me, I was gonna be Ember Drained anyway. Oh shit. Uh-oh. Well, that's a problem. Not enough Ember. That's a big problem. Yeah, we're probably going to draw the next one this turn, and we'll be okay. The Ember Drain is mostly worn off. Yeah, okay, I can play the Molten Encasement. That's all that matters. Good, 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 good. Does that mean I can start doing the thing on the dude? Hope so. Yeah, we're gonna have a million Ember Ray next turn anyway. Let's start stacking it on you. Multi-strike sweep Ember Drain. How horrifying. Oh god, we still go to 0? Oh no! I went all the way from 9 to 0. Well, that's a fun problem to have. So you got holdover intent on death here. That is definitely a problem. Keep drawing that at least. I could have dazed him? That might have been a wise choice. We do it this turn? Yes. Okay. No, I have no energy again. Still. Oh, well, that's deeply unfortunate. I smell problems brewing. Is that gonna kill me? That might kill me. I don't really want to redo the challenge. Just keep making more of them. Maybe something will work. I don't know. I'm not convinced. Okay, that does do quite a bit of damage to Seraph. And I have an energy to spend. Okay, okay, yes. I think we were more fine than I realized. Oh. Well, if that's the case, I'll just win with that, I guess. Sure. We were unable to play cards for almost the entire fight, and we still won. Handily. Seems fair and balanced. GG. Oh, right, because the last two split into 4 each. Oh, Seraph used to be 10 times 4, huh? That makes sense. It's pretty nasty. More of them, please. GG. GG. Well, that was silly. I love it. Got him. Only the most skilled gameplay can get us here. And we bordered so many freaking cards. Devour of Death, Mortal Entrapment, Engine Upgrade, Crucible, something, whatever. Easy peasy. Easy peasy. Alright, that brings us to 11 out of 50 crushed. 50? 15. I hope they had some new challenges on a future patch. Maybe not this next one. Alright, what are we going to tackle next? So we only have 4 left. Spellcraft, which gives us a smaller hand, no discarding, and cheaper spells. So 3 draws per turn instead of 5, but we have Runic Pyramid, and all of our spells are cheaper. So it's all about timing. Evil Eyes gives permadeath to our units. So whenever a unit dies, it's gone forever. But everything has googly eyes. So that's nice. Round and round. Spells get random targets and units change spots every turn. Sounds annoying. And then, of course, extra Pain Train. I want to try Evil Eyes again. And I think I want to do it with the Wrathful Champ. If non-champion units that die are purged from the deck, then why not rely on the champion? Don't know if that's smart or not. Feels smart. Ooh, Branding Right. Nice. Restore 10 health and apply Burnout too. Don't know how I feel about Waxy Boys as secondary, but we'll see what we get here. With Consume is played. Restore 5 Pyre health. Really have none. Yeah, so, ooh, because the dregs get purged, we're able to just get free removals on all of that, right? That's pretty hype. We take a Winged Steel. Yeah, take a Winged Steel. And we don't get offered Wrathful, right? Yeah, we don't. Well, that's annoying. Okay with Brawler, I suppose. We can Ritual of Battle him. Reaper's just gonna get killed instantly. I think. Although we could keep him alive for a little bit. I'm sure this is fine. Let's take 9 fire damage. I'm okay with that. Can't be healed. Get 'em. Don't want to lose all of my units immediately. Most of them. Oh, that's rude. Ugh. Either Ritual of Battle or Torch. Halves the damages output of the boss. Let's go with the Torch. Cool. Boop. Cool. Armor 5 seems real good. Take the Welder Helper for 20 armor, but they might not stick around in the deck. Purifying Cleanses are unfortunately useless to me. Ooh, an early Subsuming Blade. Yeah. Piercing deal 5. If it kills the enemy, increase its damage by 3 permanently. I'm in. I assume we want to go Merchant of Magic because upgrading units seems risky. Ooh. One of these will be useful temporarily. I'm going to take the Wickless Tycoon. See what we can do with that. Double stack. Flyer Rage 16, don't mind if I do. Armor 40, holy crap. Main problem with Branding Rite is that it's Piercing deal 5, so we can only play it one time on the champ. If I go for the double stack, I wouldn't be able to afford a holdover if I rerolled into it. Yeah, I think I accidentally left FTL Redemptions on, speaking of. Turn that off. There we go. Our starting relic in this case was the Winged Steel, drawing us a card every... If we play 3 cards in one turn, draw one more. It's alright. Imaginary friend hitting us up with a dad joke. What do you call a bunch of sheep rolling down a hill? A landslide. We might not even need holdover on Subsuming Blade. The deck's going to be really small. I'll double stack one of these Ritual of Battles. That's fine. Consume on a Fireball would have been good too. Armor 10, this is piercing though, right? Yeah. Do I need a unit draft? Why did I do that? It just made my life harder for no reason. Yeah, that made my life unnecessarily harder. Oh, you're gonna go in front, Mr. Wickless Tycoon. I want to skip it for 10 gold. Solid answer. Risky choice, but I like it. Draw a card, but I don't want to. I bet you don't. 5+10... We're not dealing enough. But I can draw a card. That won't help. That won't help. Ah. Subsuming Blade this guy next turn. I don't think I can save my Wickless Tycoon here, can I? No. Not quite. He did his job. Wait, does Endless work? There's nothing in this description that would imply that. Interesting. I would not have assumed that. I would not have assumed that. So there is actual reason to go to the Merchant of Steel, then. Interesting. Not going to. I'd much rather have this. Big Slurge. Purge a unit or a spell, get an upgraded version later. Here, take this Ritual of Battle. I don't want it right now. Hold on to that for me. Oops, I've got the wrong challenge description up. Only 4 challenges left to clear. We're almost there. Still got to do extra pain train, which is fun. Yes. We slap the Hornbreaker Prince on the top. We don't actually want units to reach him, generally. We can always slay the damage shield bombs, so we'll never have to worry about those. Fine. I don't have to Subsuming Blade that. It's also the only target I can realistically kill, so yes I will. Okay, we'll easily tank all these hits and kill everything. Capacity. Do we take energy? Probably take card draw. Right? Little reason that I wouldn't. Keep you alive to kill you. Counterintuitive as that sounds. Might end up leaking 4 damage here. Nope, we do the ritual battle. Perfect. Kill them both. Joy being branded. Wanted to play that Train Steward too, but didn't line up that way. It's currently at 29 damage. That is going to be a spicy dagger by the end of the run. Get rid of this lady. Don't want you on the deck. I've decided. And I can level up Subsuming Blade one more time by hitting our champ with it. Brilliant. Definitely almost died there. Double the amount of rage on friendly units? Or apply Endless to a friendly unit. Remnant Pacts. Both very good. That's a tough choice. I can just dagger my own units instead of the enemies. I feel like we're always going to have an enemy to hit with the dagger, but we just want to duplicate this, right? I'm going to go this way, then here. How does Endless work in this challenge? Apparently it does. It prevents your unit from being removed permanently, and they go back on top of the deck. Take the last stand. Could have also used the Endless on our champion. They might have also patched how Endless works, based on what other people are describing. Alright, give me Wrathful, please. Yes! Armor 10 when we slay something, and Rage 2 when we take damage. Perfect. Ooh, Vapor Funnel. Vapor Funnel's great. Anything that slips by would get dunked by the fire. Don't want extra upgrade slots on units we're not using. And these Purifying Cleanses can frickin' leave the deck, please. They're completely useless to me. Because they don't even restore health. All our units have Heartless, so they can't be healed. Spell Shield 2. Well, good thing our one really important damaging spell has Piercing, so it completely ignores that. No problem. Let's see, you have haste, so you're gonna go straight to the 3rd floor, huh? This is fine. You have more base health now, so you can actually use the Branding Right more than one time. Well, that's also nice. We'll just buy some time here. It's actually okay if they just completely slip by me. Alright, Choo-Choo Lad, you can do some murdering. Good. Get you out of the deck as well. Become angry. There's our Subsuming Blade. Shoot. Ouch. Okay, that's more like it. Probably should have played that. I think we're fine though. Ah! Think you're gonna kill my train steward? I'm gonna kill my train steward. How about that? Bye. Stabbed on. Consumed spell. Last stand back? Interesting. We'll skip all that. Engulfed in Smoke seems like it could be pretty good. Yeah. Alright, you're here to offer me my Ritual of Battle back? What did you do to it? Gain 25 gold. You know what? You can hold on to it. Yeah, is that a weird upgrade? Let's see it.
Commander, the aliens
Blub.
are disturbing.
Thank you so much for the 5 months and that Prime sub. Just one more for the half year. Oh, it's the sweet boss. Be a poor choice. See what happens. Oh, that's a lot of damage. Do I torch him to make him angrier? Maybe. Certainly I consider it. I don't think so yet. I need to use one here. Dude. Wing and Steel, no! Oh, not cool. Alright, I need to do 5 more damage, so 1 torch won't be enough. Oh, 10, so I'd rather just kill him, right? If I can't gain slays, we'll slay this guy. It's also time I use this. My life a bit easier. Feels like we need more energy now from our next boss. Just die. Kill you. Easy. Boop. Very good. Zero cost consume, apply rage 3 seems honestly fine. I'll take it. It's not amazing, but it helps. Second engulfed in smoke sounds perfect as well. Alright, give me the ritual battle now. What'd you do to it? 25 gold and 0 cost. And it's now 35 gold. That's what we waited for. Give me that. That's more like it. That's a good dupe target. Or we can go to a Merchant of Magic and maybe spend some of this money. A lot of upgrades I would like to get. Herzal's Hoard. I go double a Merchant of Magic? Yeah, I can. Good. Come on, holdover, right? All the money, please. Forever. Heaven's finest. Hey, Cuddy. Good to see ya. Go here. That. Alright, well, that's the big sad. Should have taken the 25 gold, I know. It's alright. We're gonna thin the hell out of this deck now. Oh wait, we're fighting Consume Seraph, right? Hold on, I gotta not do everything. Or we'll die to Seraph. Noted. No eligible cards. Okay. Scourge cards, no! Can't afford these. Yes. We're gonna get a few stuck on us. That's annoying. There we go. Sparkle Crotch Donnie! How's it going? What did one traffic light say to the other? Don't look now! I'm changing. Easy. If I stealth, he won't actually kill them. Don't do that. Make it stop. Vapor funnel, so this is fine. This is definitely a delicate fight. Enough. Better not risk it. Yeah, we're good. You only make me angrier. No use for Impelate. This doesn't really do anything. This doesn't do anything. More energy, please. So the challenge is that all non-champ units get permanently removed from our deck whenever they die, so that's why we're only playing with the champion. Every other unit that was in the deck got removed permanently. Ooh. Unbroken Horn. Really smooths out the energy problems we're having. Really like Unbroken Horn. And we can put Holdover on, like, Engulfed in Smoke or something. Although we probably need an Eternal Stone. We can put it on the 0-mana Ritual, indeed, we can. Make us quite a bit of money. Sure. That sounds hilarious. Permafrost Last Stand looks okay. We get to choose when the doubling occurs. Sounds good. How did the Vulcan ship turn out? It unfortunately met a miserable end in Sector 4 to Lanius bombers. Strike 2? I think we go Brawler 2 here, don't we? Only 5 more armor per sleigh. Yeah, I think I'm with you, Tom. I think we need ×3 because we're gonna do huge damage per hit. We just want to be able to kill more things to get more armor. It's an easy take. Spell Shield 2, no problem. Oh yeah, this feels better immediately. Well, I can't actually kill anything currently. So you go ahead and set up on the top. We now have 3 holdover cards. Yeah, that seemed pretty good. $87 ×3, this will become 159 ×3. I'm gonna hold on to that for a little bit more. Get even angrier, sir. Keep leveling these daggers. They are not yet strong enough. More money! It's beautiful. He's so angry. Alright, my child, show them what you got. Angry mode. Whoop. Didn't even get off the third attack. Dang. Now I have 1,400 gold. Ooh, reinforce, double the armor on a unit. Also very useful here. Yes, I will take reinforce. Inferno not bad either. And I think I'm going to take the Sacred Wicks just to sacrifice to the Consume Seraph. So we have a card to lose there. At 0 energy. Dupe. No, we want to go Merchant of Magic. A week to buy all of the trinkets? What's in the Trinket Merchant? Hell's Banners does nothing. Consume Crown, plus 2 damage on kill, that'll help. Plus Magic Power is questionable, because it makes Branding Right hurt us more. So I actually don't think I want either Tempered Talisman or Hell's Banners. So we'll reroll here. Rage does not decay, Rage adds more, Merchant costs are cheaper. It costs less than 25% of our gold, so it's technically a net gain to buy Guild Marker. All the trinkets. And we can hold over one more card in case we somehow needed to. Not convinced that we did. Move, consume. So an Eternal Stone works the way that I think it does, right? So can we do that on Reinforce? Do that on Reinforce. That sounds great. I think it's been fixed. Well, we'll give it a shot. First card played each turn gains Consume. Or spell, more accurately. Or did I just consume my dagger? Yes. I can be more mindful of that. You should also die. Probably won't make a difference, but that was not what I wanted to do. actually want Branding Right to consume here, so that's perfect. Get rid of Torch now. Team times 3. You. Okay, we're just taking these Vengeful Shard damage with the Unbroken Crown. I really don't want to be spending energy on them, and they're never going to kill me. We just take the damage every turn. Alright, 190, that's going to be more than enough. So let's find out if this gets consumed or not. And we can determine whether they patch that or not. They did patch that, from the looks of it. Which I am okay with. Is it time to lose Subsuming Blade? I think so. Getting awfully low on cards here. Do I do enough damage yet? I have 400 armor. Alright, I actually gain armor off Seraph too. Good stuff. Bye-bye now. GG. Got him. Got them. What an angry boy. GG, everybody. Finally got our mastery on Branding Right, and yet another challenge knocked out. Sweet. Very sweet. GG. Let's see. Not sure what I want to do from here. Could do another Monster Train challenge. Could switch it up with something else. Spire or FTL or Hades or something. I don't know. What I do know, that I probably want to take the first break of the day shortly here. Right, Connie? The way that this game handles unlockables, I think, is really well done. You're pretty much encouraged to do every single style of play one time.
It looks like we've got our work cut out
Vegetable
for us,
bread.
Commander.
Rating us up with a party of 47. Alright, I'll call that one a solid vote in favor of the current content. Place one more challenge attempt in Monster Train. Let's go in Cadence Cog. Thanks so much for the generous host. Hope your runs went well. Saw a little bit of your, what was it, the Ironclad run that you started with today? Hope that was able to pull through to the end. Am I intending to go for the 25 crown for each pair of clans? Probably not. At least not immediately. I've got plenty of time to get it gradually as new content and new things to attempt get added. But we'll do one more challenge attempt. Let's give Round and Round a try. So, targets of spells are random. Positions of units are random. Could work well with... Actually, I probably do want to use Stygian for that, although the Stygian champ is completely terrible at randomly being rearranged, because he has no health. They have no health? Anyway. I have no idea what combo I'm supposed to use here. A lot of Stygian spells are targeted randomly anyway, or targeted on all enemies, so I think they're a good choice. Just try it. Let's just try it. Yeah, the torches and the heals can hit our own units. Umbra could be good. Let's depart. This might go poorly. We'll see. We get 2 crypt builders though. 2 steel enhancers. And a preserve. Apply frozen to a random card in my hand. Interesting. Could make the Stygian the subclass, it's true. I don't like root split. Enemies are rooted when they get to the floor below the pyre room, buying us one more turn. Yeah, spells that usually target frontline will you still get randomized, so Frozen Lance ends up better because of the random targeting. Instead of having no chance to hit what we want, it has some chance to hit what we want. The Restorers are pretty terrible, though. Get Awoken secondary? I think Winged Steel. If we get ruined again. Take the sweep spell weakness one, or... Nah, we gotta take Conduit. Conduit makes damage spells on the same floor cheaper. Would go really well for some incant stacking, which is hopefully what we're gonna get to do. Take the spikes. I've got ways to deal, I hope. Right? Front enemy unit. So this will target a random enemy instead of the unit I want. Dang it! Worth a shot. Get Crypt Builder, unfortunately. That works on enemies? No! Why can that target enemies? That's so rude. Nailed it. Okay, good. We're fine. Why does it work on enemies? Ha! Getting bonked on, son. Oh, I get to choose the card. It's not actually targeted randomly. Oh, that's so good. Not that I wanted a, retaining restore, but... So, shuffle. So the shuffle is predictable? Is that what I'm hearing? It sure sounds like that's what I heard. Can't stay the same. Makes sense. What if I just target random enemy units in the first place with ice tornadoes? What then, fools? Glimmer. Glimmer's great because the random targeting has no effect on it. It does the thing. Heck yeah. And it's a damage spell, so Tethys makes it cheaper. See you later, Zip Zipskins. Thanks for hanging out. Definitely go Stygian unit. I would love anything that says Incant on it. Literally anything. Cool. That'll do. I've never actually used the Nameless Siren, so maybe we can make it work. Endless. Like 10 damage, maybe? Don't want to make it endless. You'd guess wrong, Carissa. It also... Front enemy unit also ends up targeting randomly. Targets a random enemy. At least it can't hit our units, which is nice. I'm gonna reroll all of this. Okay, quick. That sounds nice. And then maybe save a slot for potential multi-strike? Yeah, let's do that. Armor 10. This is assuredly going to be a problem, right? And we got the sweep boss, which is going to be a problem. We can't make our Siren any tougher, though, right? Well, heck. Mistakes have been made. I think I just killed myself by setting up on the bottom floor. Oh well. You win some, you lose some. Actually, we might be fine also. Avoid all this entirely. Yeah, we just don't have any ability to kill this boss. At all. We couldn't get any additional toughness down. Killed it! Oh, they both landed correctly. Still wasn't enough, though. I live? I did! Hooray! Urchin Spines is good. It's free. Titan's Tooth also not bad. Don't think we take Flash Freeze, because that should be able to target our units. Take the Urchin Spines. These are all terrible with random targeting. I'll take the Husk Hermit, but I'm not happy about it. Probably was supposed to go for the unit banner. I decided not to. +3 health was huge, though. What you got for me? Create a unit with +20/+20 and add Purge to it. That could buy me a little bit of time. Be the Chunky Steward. Stuff like Vent that's AoE on all enemies is completely unaffected. Which is sweet. It just works. Hey, we got the right setup too. But wow, that's astonishingly bad. Bomb on top. Enemies in the on the bottom can't deploy in the middle because the floor capacity got reduced randomly. So we just have to, like, be sad. Ah! Nailed him. God. This might not hit the bomb. I can deploy a train steward instead. Ha! Get glimmered on, nerds. I don't want to find out if this can target Daedalus. That would be terrifying, so let's use it on this floor. Stuff. Alternate bosses? Ooh. Color me intrigued. A wall. Managed to survive, though. Siren Song. Siren Song, so good. We don't take Spike of the Stygian because the random targeting it makes it stinky. Rail Spike could be good. We take Siren Song, though. Here's a tanky boy. Although it's hard to actually, like, rejuvenate at all because our healers are randomly targeted. So, I don't feel like I can take any of this either. Stat Siren is what I want, but we keep seeing the other one, which is making me very upset. Come on. Please? Just one time? For draw here. Maybe go like Conduit 2. I don't want to dupe any of this, surely. Although the Glimmer could be alright. Going here. I don't think about my pathing decisions quite enough. Alright, well, multi-strike will be good. There. Then we don't need durability, because we're just going to kill everything. I'll take it. I will take it. Could have some spikes, too. Have a weird set of upgrades, but we'll take it. Conduit 2, or do we start slapping Frostbite in here? Conduit 2 gets 1 more health? The value. The sheer value. What? I think I am going to try Conduit 2. See how that goes for us. No, wait, we need ways to kill bosses, don't we? We're really, really bad at killing bosses? We're really, really bad at killing bosses. Gotta take the Frostbite then. Such a sucker for random artifacts, even if this does get me killed. I can't say no. The unknown benefit is so much more juicy than the known benefit. Every time. Every time. Can be a boat, right? Presumably we want the sweeper on the bottom floor. Oh, the third unit was the train steward. I'm supposed to put these all on the same floor. That train steward got purged. Kind of where my head was at, was the train steward. The sweeper's not gonna die. They're fine. Easy. Cheaper's gonna die. Ha! Easy every time. You need to die, or bad things would happen. Put you in front. Damn it. Don't think that's a problem. Cool. We are winning. Got Light's Gift. Apply dazed enemy units when they enter the room below the pyre room. Nice. Definitely helpful. Could make setting up on top really beneficial. Buying us an extra time against bosses. And here's something with Incant on it. Glacial Seal. Apply Frostbite 2 to enemy units. Not quite what I want. Mollusk Mage gives us more magic power on the floor. That could be nice. Ish. Definitely makes Glimmer hit harder. Or Crystalline Seeds is just nice for... because it's not randomly targeted. Nice for dealing with weak enemies. Seeds. And Preserved Thorn seems great, because that's a lot of incants. Consume, add 3 sting spells to my hand. Don't mind if I do. I wouldn't say top floor always, but definitely a lot of the time. Yeah, stings have the same targeting parameters as Frozen Lance, so they should be identical behavior. Deal damage to the front enemy units. And then we draw more cards, too. Get Merchant of Magic here. Like these stinky Train Stewards. Actually, keep one around. Remove a Restore, too. Do we ever Eternal Stone the Preserved Thorns? If you think about it. And we could put a Eternal Stone on it, or a holdover. That'd be amazing. Sure. Let's try that. I think Ice Tornado cheaper as well. I don't think I want a Surge Stone. Although Surge Stone on Glimmer would be good, potentially. We don't plan on redrawing. I think we are planning on redrawing. We have 7 card draw. That's what we want on it. Just a flat magic power. But Permafrost on Siren Song. That's a thing. And I'll cheapify a Crypt Builder too. Okay, I feel pretty good about that Merchant of Magic. Are we going to be able to win this fight? Hopefully. Not if I give them Spell Shield too, though. That would ruin everything. Don't have a referral code for this game? No, I don't. I don't have any kind of game referral codes. Oddly enough. Style. do it this way. Ha! Nailed it. Feels like it's working better than it has a right to, so far. More spells. We're at 52 stacks of rage. It's not too bad. Not too bad at all. And we can even play stings if there's no enemy on the floor, just to get more rage stacks. Which I will do. Alright, how are we doing against this boss? We don't beat it by a particularly large margin. So I can't say I'm a fan of that. Although, wait, the turn's not over. Hold on. More incanting. Yeah. Another copy of Crystalline Seeds seems nice. Reserve, decent as well. Let us slap retain on... yeah, whatever. Ooh, that one. Consume, draw 3 next turn. Technically a spell. We got burned by the swarm last time. Never again. Never again. Won't be able to afford a Merchant of Trinkets. We'll go for the remove 2 then. Although the event might have been really, really good. Nothing to...
Commander,
yeah.
one of our most
Herzal, thank you so much for the
supporters
13 months and the tier 1
support
sub.
of the XCOM project.
A long heckin' time. Alright, I'm a little concerned about Fel here. Especially with Scourge Fel. Ooh. Boss to Pip on the bottom floor too. That's disastrous. Guess we go middle then. It's definitely not good. In fact, I think I need to put Husk Hermit down here. Kill these two. We'll lose them quickly enough. But we cannot have 2 more Weight of Contritions added. Way too bad. Oh no! That's right! Oh no! She's got 13 times 2 now? Oh shoot. Well, that's deeply terrifying. Oh dear. Stakes indeed have been made. Do some damage to her at least. But yikes. Probably should have spent an energy on that. Berserk Thorns there. Okay, so that only buffed her health? That's fine then. But if that gave her extra strength, we're in big trouble. Here. Okay, this time I need to play it. Okay, they will die, no problems. Play that. That. Reserve this Ice Tornado. We're good. Good Glimmer turn. There we go. Easy peasy. Yeah, Quick was outright necessary. I don't think we'd be alive at all if we didn't have Quick on her. So, good times. Wow. Oh, she totally has 13 times 2. Okay, so that Steel Enhancer was horrible earlier. Still kind of winning, though. But we definitely don't want to play these, as they might make her even more angry than before. Okay. Wait! Ha! Dunked on. I thought that worked on bosses, quite frankly. 2 spikes to... I'm down with Ancient Synergy here for even more ridiculous damage. Yeah. Feels like we need... capacity? So that I can get up Totem? to win, because we're not going to win without a totem or something. Like, these units will not kill Seraph without something seriously different happening. Right? Although I might not get a unit. How would I get my hands on a unit? Is the important question. Maybe we'll find one here. So we maxed out our upgrades on the units. There's no reason to go to a Merchant of Steel, although the Herzal's Hoard is tempting. I'm gonna take Frostbite 20. Conduit 2 looked pretty good as well. Double stack. Dazed 6 Siren Song. Not bad, actually. Caverns first. Let's see if I regret this. Oh, wait! We can turn the capacity into 15 magic power. Or we can get capacity. That's also a really good idea. Get more capacity and copy our siren, so we have 2 of them. That would work too. Although I've never taken the locket, so I'm like kind of tempted. The stings would hit so good! But I do think that does fail to beat Seraph, right? Yeah, I like your idea, Tom, quite a bit. Take that hammer. Copy our siren at the final floor. All I gotta do is not die before then. Shouldn't be hard. Smiley face. Yeah, we never found holdover. What's the Merchant of Steel? Okay. What cost then? I think we're gonna need the help. And I've got plenty of pyre health to work with, so we'll try this. Not allowed to survive. Strictly forbidden, in fact. Double nice. Ah! Wait, what happened to Tethys? Where'd he go? Hello? Just vanished on me. Why'd you do that? Sir? Oddly enough, that worked. Ow. So put me to 1 health. Well, this had better... Hmm. I foresee problems here. There's nothing I can do about that order? Oh dear, I think we died. Man, that's unfortunate. Man, he would have killed the Siren in 1 hit anyway, so it actually doesn't matter at all. Can stun the hell out of him, but it won't do anything for me. Should have set up on the top floor to make use of the dazed artifact. You're right! Yes! And it would have made a difference from the looks of it. Oh well. Here, have some help. GG. Never did end up taking that break, but that is where I'm going to switch things up for the day. Why not? What am I playing next? Let's do some Spire. While I'm booting that up, I'll be right back, taking my first break of the day. When I return, some more deck building action. See you all in just a few moments. Alrighty, folks. We are back. Play some small ladder. Yeah, we hit some pretty glorious Ascension 1, 2, and 3 wins. A Searing Blow plus 8 on Ascension 1. This one barely scraped by. Well, barely scraped by Act 2. Seemed to have perfected the heart somehow. Tungsten Rod Tori? Yeah, that makes sense. Silent did grand finale nonsense. 5-turn heart kill, 1-turn shield and spear kill. What card games like Slay the Spire do you recommend? Got on your radar Monster Train, Gordian Quest, and Griftlands. Those are definitely the best of the bunch. I'm trying to think of any other similar games.
Commander, one of
beyond
our
those three.
most valued supporters.
Metal Stoofs! Thank you so much for the Prime sub and the 6 heckin' months. A whole half year. One Stem from Eden. Yeah, that's potentially something to put on your radar. Depending on how loosely you define card. You could say Dicey Dungeons, which is... you'd have to be a pretty loose definition of a card for that. We'd like to point out there's a certain card that could apply pressure with the Watcher that might score me a lot of points. Ah, yes, of course. You would be referring to, you would be referring, of course, to that Watcher card that, that gets stronger as you play it more and more. Sands of Time, right? That one. I agree, we should take a Sands of Time. Let's jump into a Ascension 4 run here. So the name of the game is 20 cards or less. That's how many cards we're allowed to finish this run with. Means we have to be very picky and choosy about what gets included and what does not. Thought I disabled that. It's only really a problem when you have a potion belt anyway. Ooh, Transform 2, although the curse downside is kind of stinky. This sure looks like a Watcher Act 1. Elite Fire. Sorry, Fire, Elite Fire, Elite Shop, Elite Fire, Elite Fire. 4 fires, 4 elites, and a shop in our Act 1 pathing. I mean, does it get any better than that? Not really. That is the ideal Act 1. You may not like it, but this is what peak performance looks like. It's Crazy Town. That is a Crazy Town path. I do like Transform 2, as it allows us to build a more diverse set of cards. Common Relic is hard to go wrong with, too. Let's just go Mass Relics. Let's see what happens. Alright, well, we're gonna get that anyway, so better get it out of the way. But I can't say I'm impressed with the ceramic fish on the small deck ladder. This seems a little underwhelming, right? Seems maybe not so good. Rude. What? Screw you. Good luck. Explosive Pot is excellent, and there's that Sands of Time we said we wanted. It seems pretty good when you're cycle heavy, and it's great for early elites as well. I'll take it. I will take it. Not even 1 pressure points. We do get to remove a card, which is excellent here. I'm going to remove 1 defend. I think that's usually correct on Watcher early on, especially with 4 elites coming up. Says, taking damage from Jawworm for his hubris. Oh. I think Perseverance is going to be pretty good with a small deck, too. Had I not taken a Sands of Time, I would be all about the signature move. Yeah, we can go above 20, briefly. I probably won't do so on purpose. But I'm allowed to, so that there's not a situation where we end up getting dunked on by a random curse that we can't avoid. Man, do I have to use my explosive pot on an easy pull fight here? Is that what's about to happen? Because that would be horrible. In Miracle Sands of Time and takes 7, so we're only saving 7 with the explosive potion. I think the explosive potion is worth more than that. This looks like skip. None of these are high impact. Yeah. A little bit of max health, and let's get some upgrades. Sands of Time is going to be the most important one. It's how we're actually killing this elite that we're about to fight. I think it is. Is it really, though? High chance to draw Vigilance next turn? Okay. Go for the middle guy kill. Not a common choice to kill the middle one first, but I think it works out here. Fortunately, we drew the Vigilance. Take only 5. Good evening, Critter. Hello, hello. Okay, Sands of Time Perseverance takes 3. Defy Eruption. Vigilance Perseverance? No. There's no way to take 0, right? Doesn't look like it. No. Okay. Okay, not too bad. We score ourselves meat on the bone. Excellent. We're at or below half if the end of combat. Heal 12 is perfect. Second chance at signature move. I don't mind a Mental Fortress, giving us block when we change stances. I don't think fasting is any good here. But I'm down for a Mental Fortress. Add a little bit of stance control. We do want to be doubling our Sands of Time, after all. And it feels like one-cost eruption would make our life a lot easier. Go ahead and upgrade that. Boat thingy! 10 block on turn 1, don't mind if I do. Bromlin Gnorb. Do mind if I do. Miracle to strike now? Yes. Really good draws here. How often do I kill next turn? We always double strike. This will deal 52 plus 9, 61. So if I draw one singular strike, we're fine. That means I don't use the Ancient Potion. We drew one singular strike. Heal for 12, very nice. Unceasing Top. We had a really lovely defect run with this relic last time. Whenever we have no cards in hand during our turn, draw a card. I have a hard time imagining it would be good here. But it's an option. Given that we just took a Mental Fortress, I think Empty Fist is a solid little card to help us along. Keeping our damage relevant. We're going to be removing strikes pretty aggressively shortly. We're about to remove one right here, likely. But through Fate could also be ridiculous to get back Sands of Time at 0 cost more quickly. But I'm going to go with the Empty Fist. Depends on the deck, but my favorite empty card in general, I probably would have to label it as Empty Body. It's the block, the stance control, it's great. We slap a Fear No Evil in here for even more stance control. Definitely worth thinking about. That gets us close to infinite with Rushdown. We take another Perseverance, but I don't think we need one. There's a Ragnarok here. Not impressed with it, really. Take a bag of marbles. Yeah, Fear No Evil Cut a Strike feels solid. There's that pressure points. This card is definitely something you can build a compact Watcher deck around. Fly 8 mark. All enemies lose health equal to their mark. But I think we're already leaning in a different direction. Unfortunately for pressure points. Do I feel like I need a potion? Not really. We have meat on the bone, so it's okay to take some damage to these elites. And they're never going to kill us. Especially not this one. Especially not this one when we draw Sands of Time on turn 1. To wait for up to 3 turns before the sleepy egg will awaken. Awkward draw order here. I'll play this one more time. Just play the Sands of Time 3 times. We get there, yeah. Wait, we're not below half. No! I need to take one more damage. My inattentiveness. And now we'll never take damage again. No. Alright, Fossilized Helix is incredibly good. Prevent the first time we would lose health each combat. It's good. I could deceive reality a little bit. Maybe a protect. Hey, Michael Rec. Hello, hello. I'll pass. Actually, can upgrade the Perseverance. This is one of the ways we can do defense scaling. Oddly enough. I like to lean into it just a little bit. Now it's 10 block for 1 energy. Be even more if I... Ooh. A 7? Rude. You do this. Got him. But wait, I want to take damage, though. I have to remember to do that. We have to take 1 damage here. I mean, we don't really need to, probably. But I want to? Question mark. That's good enough. We're on scales. Whenever we take damage, we deal 3 damage back. Crush joints for some vuln sure makes Sansa time hit harder. Alright. Double Mental Fortress could have been really good too. For sure. Perseverance is going to carry this fight so hard. Is what I want to be able to say. Not sure about that one. Block. Don't mind if I do. Alright, easy peasy fight. There's an Omniscience here, letting us choose a card in the draw pile to play twice. Could try to do Conjure Blade things. Take a Blasphemy to enter Divinity, dying next turn. With Fossilized Helix, this Blasphemy is powerful, because we can absorb the Blaspheming and avoid the die. I think it would be on Blasphemy if anything. It might actually be Skip here. Die next turn, yes. The game will try its hardest to kill you. And it might just succeed. By doing 10 bajillion damage at the start of your next turn. beat up for blasphemy is it's pretty good. It's a Snecko eye being put into the trash can. Where it belongs. Thought nothing stopped blasphemy, Dad. Whoa. Well, let me show you otherwise. Deck 1 a runic pyramid? Maybe. Violet Lotus, whenever we exit Calm, gain a 2 extra energy, or Elites drop an extra relic when we beat them. I like the Black Star. We already picked up a ton of relics. You're telling me we can get more? All of the relics. Every relic that ever was. I'm in. I'm so in. For fighting... we can fight 3. We can fight 3. We'll do 3. So we play the Blasphemy, and then we die. Or do we? Fossilized Helix does in fact prevent you from becoming dead. Pretty glorious. Hey, grats, Shunjo! The A20 Defect Heart win. With only 1 hit point to spare, gotta love it. Like things we could do with Inner Peace? Don't think so. Empty Plus is nice, but we definitely don't need 2 copies of Empty Fist in this deck. I can't say AM's Etherean. Try to steer clear of current affairs whenever possible. Makes life easier. Just an Orange Pellets. Orange Pellets will not remove the Blasphemy debuff, but it will remove a whole bunch of other debuffs that enemies try to give us. Maybe an argument for Ornamental Fan, but eh. Definitely gonna remove another strike. Yes, we would definitely take Fasting if we took the Pellets. Nice against Heart, too. Or any other... Are we fighting Collector? No, we're fighting Champ. Not very useful against Champ. He applies debuffs, but he applies so many that you can't really remove them. We'll take them. They might end up being very useful. They might not. Obtain a special relic, lose Golden Idol. Whenever we gain gold, heal 5. Interesting. Huh. And we have Ceramic Fish, too. So it'd be a ton of healing. But we lose the gold from the Golden Idol. And I don't think we're going to need the health. So I'll deliberately turn down the Golden Idol to gain 5 max health instead. Which sure feels weird to do. But okay. Give me a relic. Yeah. I like it? Question mark. Hey, and the Red Mask Gang is here to give me yet another relic. We're gonna have so many relics by the end of this. Awesome. No, pointy. Poor pointy, can't catch a break. I didn't quite optimize my damage well enough there. Oh, I just worked that. This would be Perseverance, Crush Joints, Empty Fist to kill Romeo. Now I have to dupe bot to kill him? I got a dupe bot to kill him. Whoops. Let's do that. Score the red mask, applying weak to enemies at the start of combat. Could take an empty body, but really don't want to. Not any more sweet mod characters recently, just the Downfall mod a couple times, which has been relatively enjoyable, do have to say. Probably upgrade this so that it's always in our hand when we need it. Give it that sweet, sweet retain. So we're getting buffer to go away no matter what. Fortunate. We do win next turn though, so it doesn't matter. Continuing to gain bonus cash. Now we're immune to weaken, which is a little bit redundant with the pellets. Still nice though. Centennial Puzzle draws us... Well, no, it really doesn't. This will never draw us cards. There's that double mental fortress we were talking about. I do think we want it. Numero 2. Or massive block on stance change. Or healing? I don't need no stinky healing. Give me the Sapphire Key. That stinky healing out of here. Let's see. Incoming damage is 21 plus 10, or 11 plus 10, so this gets there. Ginger, putting in value. Cool. This might be our blasphemy turn. What, 18s? 30? Crush Joint Strike kills you. Do some damage to the front guy. We full block, and then Helix blocks the blasphemy effects. We have to Eruption first. Oh. Unceasing top. Didn't even think about it there. Not think about the unceasing top enough. Alright, perfect Slavers fight, scoring us Nunchaku. Gain energy every time we play 10 attacks, some more cash, and the meal ticket for another healing relic. There's that fasting. We can take it because of orange pellets, and will. Gaining 3 strength and 3 dex for pretty much free. 3 strength and free dex. Gotta go fast. Like that. Close-ish to our limit here. What do we want to add to this deck from here to make it better? Prostrate? Mantra would be very good. Wishes for gold? Yeah, that'd be good too. Draw would be nice. Rushdown would be certainly good. Meditate would be alright. Is this... just... Yep. Okay, good fight. We're not doing card creation. Collect is an interesting idea. Collect lets us do, like, weird unceasing top stuff. Sometimes. I don't know if that's good. And that's after we play Blasphemy, which usually means we won the fight. Yeah, let's not. Let's not do that. We didn't need that ancient pot, huh? Alright, that's too perfect to not do, I think. Slap that guy. Give him the boopin'. I wanted to blast me on that turn. Ah, we're good. It's the interaction between Artifact and Fasting. 1 debuff. Just lose 1 energy at the start of your turn. Is the 1 debuff. So only 1 artifact when you play the Fasting will prevent the debuff. You need to have the artifact before you play it. How about a Sanctity? Sanctity feels excellent here. Way better than Talk to the Hand, which seems almost useless, actually. Just Lucky not bad either with the Fasting in the deck. But I think a little bit of card draw is super important. So I will take the Sanctity. Happy with that White Bee statue guaranteeing us potion rewards after combat. We'll upgrade the other Mental Fortress. 12 block per stance change. It's a lot of stance change. Or block. It's a lot of block. Yeah, Failey's got the right of it. It doesn't do the thing if you have Artifact afterwards. Because losing 1 energy isn't a debuff, I guess. Makes sense, right? You don't block Void with Artifact. Still kind of weird, though. We should take opportunities to gain strength when we see them. And I'm probably just going to let Sands go all the way down to 0 cost. Divine debuff's gone. Alright. This is just a really clean run so far. There's the Establishment, which could make Sands of Time cheaper more quickly, and Perseverance would be free. I think that'd be okay. Makes Blasphemy free, also, for whatever that's worth. Eh. Ragnarok's pretty spicy. Ragnarok's pretty spicy. Ragnarok's really spicy. I'll take 1 Ragnarok. 1 entire Ragnarok. Do we take 1 entire Snecko-Eye? I think we think about it. Makes Ragnarok really good. We would be removing the debuffs. So that would make it the card draw we wanted. Although it'd be 3 energy Snecko-Eye. Kind of awkward. Or we could take Secretborg, doubling the effectiveness of our White Beast statue potions. Or we could just take 1 energy from the Philosopher's Stone. It's also an option. Perhaps, thank you so much for the 3 months, and the tier 1 sub, by the way. Pretty sure you did that yesterday as well. But why not? The double resub. Gotta love it. Greetings, FBI's most unwanted. Glad to hear you escaped the meetings. Yeah, Snecko could definitely betray our stance. I'm kind of down for the Sacred Bark, actually. Try to do this on 3 energy. With double strength potions. That would let us cheat our way through the heart pretty effectively, I think. Let's try that. Don't often go for the Bark take, but I really like it here. Since we're getting a potion every single combat. 6 turns of vulnerable on the Fear Pot, my god. Hey, and the Burning Elite is conveniently positioned. No penalty for us. Good. Let's just accumulate some relics then, shall we? Seems good to me. Scry 6. I like it. You're all attacking me like crazy. Well, that's rude. Oh, I screwed that up? A little bit. It'll take exactly 0, but we can no longer blasphemy for free, which is heresy. Skill attack power. Give me the old Ragnarok. 30 times 5. Kerblam. Stance Potion is most excellent. So is a Third Eye Plus. It's like card draw. We get to look at the top 5 cards and discard any number. Love it. Also, gotta love membership card when we have this much cash. Easy. Easy. Die for fun, hitting us up with a dad joke. Why didn't the banana go to the doctor? Or sorry, why did the banana go to the doctor? Because it wasn't peeling very well. And Go Score, hitting us up with the first astronomy fact of the day. Nobody was brave enough to redeem one during Monster Train. Today we're talking about one of the most interesting moons in the entire solar system, which is the icy frozen world of Enceladus, or is it Enceladus? I'm not actually sure how it's pronounced. It's a pretty small moon, only 500 kilometers across, but it has some really, really notable features. It's the most reflective body in the solar system, which baffled scientists for quite some time. This reflectivity comes from snow-like ice particles that constantly fall in a haze surrounding the moon. Enceladus's surface is expected to be a shell of ice that's about 20 kilometers thick, sitting atop a large ocean of water underneath. It's pronounced enchilada. Delicious. Delicious. I haven't done positivity yet, Felt here, but I think it's a perfect time to share. Let's get everybody in on it. Let's get everybody in on it. If you've got, chat members, a tale from your day or week, a moment that left you feeling excited, happy, positive, or otherwise good, then I encourage you to share that in chat and spread some positivity around.
Commander, we've just received
thank you so much for the Twitch Prime sub. Welcome to the council. Took some caramelized onions and mixed in a Scotch bonnet pepper. Ooh, spicy. Love me some Scotch bonnets. Miasma of Plasma got engaged last week. Congratulations. That's huge. That's totally huge. Snowy Amaru, grats on the driver's license. Simply Aces was able to practice the chords for a song on ukulele without looking at your chord chart. Ooh, doing it by memory. Nice. So nice. When I say 500 kilometers across, I think I mean diameter in this case. Let me double check on that. Yes, diameter. So it's very small. That makes it like a tenth the size of the moon. A little bit bigger than a tenth the size of the moon, but very small. Just Leona, your wife is super excited to be back teaching this week. Even though it's virtual, she's happy to be working with her students again. That's awesome to hear. Glad she's back to work and glad that she and her district are staying safe. Beautiful Scarlet Cloth got a new housemate last week, and the apartments are not so lonely anymore. Awesome to hear. White Mage Becky, I'll catch that fact in just a moment. Fear not. Dunkle Alphabet says, after years of thinking about it, just uploaded their first YouTube video. Hey! Best of luck. Hopefully it's the first of many. Enjoy your vacation, Miasma. Ithez is flying to Texas tomorrow for your new home. Congrats on the move. As opposed to a 500-kilometer Demeter. It's a very, very large lady. Our Star has got a new electric guitar and can now play one of your all-time favorite songs, Wonderwall. FBI's Most Unwanted says, the project they're working on has hit a lot of important milestones recently, and your management team decided to give everybody on the team a day off. Hey! Free day off, that sounds awesome. Beat about a half-ton of trash out of this lady's house. Dang. Glad you're able to get her functional again, Cuddy. That sounds great. Good luck on that job interview, or best of luck with the... I mean, you already did it, right? But you know what I mean. Best of luck, Krugzar. Happy birthday, Anora. Eknek basically finished furnishing their new apartment today, and it became very cozy. Beautiful. Malkavian just starting tomorrow, their days off at a mountain. Lots of hiking with family planned. So awesome. So awesome. Apocalypse Dreams by Tame Impala. Oh, that's a good choice. J-Guy entered a tournament, didn't win, but met 4 new people and had fun. Hey, that's 4 times as good as winning, I think. Rick80 got a new iPad Pro for their 40th birthday. Happy birthday. Here, Waffle played around with the new update of ZBrush, a sculpting program. It was really great playing around with the cloth simulation. Sounds like a cool program. Sculpting program. I have a command to inform people about small adders. Well, they're so small you might not see them. And we wouldn't want anybody stepping on them. That's just dangerous. Just released from the hospital? Congrats, why? Hope you are recovering well from whatever put you in there. I'm Rando's puppy brought you a rock they were very proud of. Did not properly appreciate the rock, which annoyed her, but she forgave you. That sounds adorable from head to toe. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. Alright, let's talk one more astronomy fact about Enceladus. So, there are a couple of worlds out there that we think have liquid water oceans beneath their frozen shell. I think we just got confirmation that Ceres does have that. But no body in the solar system do we have more definitive evidence of liquid water than on Enceladus, because Enceladus has a leak. This small moon sprays its ocean out into space through 4 large cracks near the moon's south pole at speeds of up to 1,300 kilometers per hour. The water coalesces into tiny chunks that are then pulled into Saturn's orbit, and collectively create a large hazy span of material all the way around Saturn, which we call Saturn's E-ring. A large amount of this spray also falls back to the surface, creating the icy, snowy haze that surrounds the moon and makes it so reflective. We get pretty good evidence of water on Earth. I don't know, I haven't seen any personally, so... I think those might be unfounded rumors. Yes, Titan has liquid methane, I believe, on it. We'll be talking about Titan pretty soon. That's another Saturn moon. I'm gonna buy that. Which character is the best to do kill a boss on turn 1? Probably the Watcher, would be my guess, Isarok. Particularly this card right here is a great way to make it happen. Enter Divinity, die next turn, do triple damage, combine it with a big beefy card like Ragnarok, and you're halfway there. Halfway there. Alrighty, where do we go from here? We go to another shop. We do want to remove cards at every store, though. Pretty much. Take out another defend. We added a third eye after all. Yes, sneaky teak. Your pupils are currently moons. Sounds like you've been staring out into space. Hope you have a good time waiting for your pupils to shrink back down. I imagine you went to some kind of optometrist thing, right? Fun times. Okay, getting Perseverance into the hand is good. Probably just want to play this Mental Fortress. We're not adding any burns to my draw pile yet. We do have Nunchaku on 9. Okay, we can full block this too. For all that garbage next turn. Already a full block, so we can retain this again. Oh! And begun! One more astronomy fact about Enceladus. The water jets on Enceladus mean that material from its ocean can be easily sampled by a spacecraft, which is exactly what the Cassini probe did in 2015. At Enceladus, scientists think that hot water containing dissolved silica gushes up into the cooler water of its subsurface ocean. This silica cools quickly in the cold water, further out, forming crystals that get carried upwards and eventually out through cracks in the crust into space. Scientists reached this conclusion after analyzing years of data from Cassini's Cosmic Dust Analyzer, which had repeatedly detected tiny particles rich in silica. The presence of both subsurface heat and water chemistry mean that Enceladus is a possible candidate for discovering life on another world. As Blasphemy Ragnarok was powerful enough to defeat it. I think you need an Akabeko in there to get it. But you're close. You're close. I don't think I've watched that documentary, by the way, Haters NC. Cosmos Possible Worlds. Let's say that I have. We didn't draw Blasphemy. We get there with the stance potion? 100% of the time? I'll just use that. I'll just do that. Fasting Strike would have got there too. My way worked fine, I think. Might have been able to save that potion. Flurry ain't bad here. With the shuriken. Flurry ain't bad. Love this mango. We have 93 max health. A lot of max health. I'll hold out for a better card. I have decided. You have not 93 max health anymore. But we do have yet another removal. I'd love to see it. Don't really want Tucked the Hand. Finesse is like super good. Finesse is like super good. And this speed potion is super good. Gain 10 dexterity with orange pellets. Pick those two together. Cauldron wasn't bad either, right? Especially with the Sacred Bark. The radius of a black hole is larger than its circumference. Not how circles work. What do you mean? Explain how. Would a Secret Bark interact with Stance Potion? No effect, basically. Just sadness. Art of War, that's a really good way for us to get some extra energy. We're on 3 base still. Ah, I knew it! I knew we'd get a better card than Flurry of Blows. Flurry of Blows plus Welcome to the deck. Yuzu Bracelet mean literally does nothing for the rest of the run. Oh well. We're offered Toolbox. That's an interesting choice. Do I think the small ladder will be harder? Yes. I think the small ladder will be almost impossible. But I'm curious to see how far we can get. Calipers could indeed be good here. We can certainly generate a lot of block in the heart fight. Or I can remove another card. And that calipers, though. With Speed Pot? I like it. Now we just have to remember it and use it. Sounds easy. Sounds incredibly easy. Do that all the time. Smiley face. Double Speed Pot. Okay, now I'm definitely glad we took the calipers. 20 dexterity in the hard fight. Yes. And a second copy of Fasting? It's actually kind of hard to get into play at 2 energy, right? Hmm. And I probably won't be able to upgrade that. It's the current upgrade priority. I could upgrade it, actually. I don't think we want a second fasting. I think it slows us down. Rather than speeding us up like we'd want it to. Bottle the sands of time. Yeah, we have pellets to remove the debuff, but like we have to spend a whole turn just paying 2 energy. We only have 3 normally. We don't have the luxury of waiting around. Nice easy pool fight, by the way. This I'm more about. A 0 energy block. Yes. It's our 20th card. We're going to stop, obviously. To paper and Ragna's scissors. Oh dear. When indeed. Good fight. Love the happy flower for more energy. Not allowed to take anything here. Well, I could, I guess, because we are going to get one more removal at the next shop, but I'm not going to. Not going to. Rushed him. Maybe he actually wanted the attack potion. Drop the upgrade there. Let's get Art of War. To remove the drawdown, which is nice. Do lose our buffer and actually take damage? Unacceptable. Skirple's hitting us up with the last chemistry fact of the day. Did you know? We know that Enceladus's subsurface ocean encompasses the entire moon by closely observing its surface as it orbits Saturn. This moon travels once around Saturn every 32 hours, and it's tidally locked so that the same side of the moon is always facing the planet. But As it travels around in its orbit, the entire ice crust of the moon wobbles left and right a little bit, causing craters to change position. This kind of motion is predicted by models only if there's a layer of liquid entirely separating the moon's crust from its core. There's some chemistry involved there, yeah. Some chemistry involved there. I'll count it. It counts, damn you. I said so. Hey there, Avenue Philanthropist. Howdy, howdy. Yeah, we want to bring him below half on this turn. Wait, I think I had a lethal there with Blasphemy. Whoops. My dang. Whatever, I'm sure I'll have another one shortly. Almost went into Divinity from regular style. Almost. Two thump, two thump. Deep pulsing dread can be felt throughout the room. Is this the heart of the Spire, the source of this evil? Smoothie ladder? No, we're not allowing the Pandora's glitch for this ladder. You could make it too easy. Upgrade the blocks. We got calipers for days. 24 dexterity. There's that rushdown we wanted. We could add rushdown and remove a card. We could just take the dex spot. Could Gallic? Could take Akabeko to make our Ragnarok hit real hard next fight. If we drew Blasphemy and Ragnarok together on turn 1, we just win. I like that. We'll do that. That sounds fun. Keep it at 20 cards here. Show me the turn 1 KO. Come on. Oh, we got so close. We got really close. We did get the Ragnarok. It's missing the Blasphemy. Well, dang. I mean, I'd probably still play the Ragnarok. There it is. So close. Good draws next turn. Could do Fasting Miracle Ragnarok, but then I would have lost my buffer. Didn't want to do that. Hmm. No mental fortresses, huh? Interesting. If Flurry of Blows back. Sands of Time would do 27 times 3, 81 damage. You have Nunchaku on this turn. Stay perfectly still. We can convince the game we have 4 stacks of buffer. Look at that big old 4 there. We're totally fine. No harm will come to us here. Definitely start out with Ferno Evil. I might have already screwed that up, actually, because I would have had to do more precise math, but I don't want to do more precise math. I don't want to do that at all. So now we go Eruption? Yes, now we go Eruption. I think we have it. Just verify. 27 times 3 is going to be 81. $92 plus 30 minus 81 means we need another 41 damage for the Spire Spear. It's going to be 30. So Strike Empty Fist will get there. Strike Sands of Time, Strike Empty Fist gets there. So as long as Eruption, Flurry, and then Blasphemy Flurry gets there, we have a kill on both of them. Let's see, 9 plus 21 plus another 14. That would be 30 plus 44. 42. Okay, we're good. We're good. Math is hard. Damaru is awesome here, giving us 1 mantra every turn. That'll make it much easier for us to get into Divinity with our 1 copy of Prostrate. Weak Pot's kind of good. Oh, that would have been so nice, but we're not allowed to take it. We must stay to 20 cards. Upgrade 2 defends. Do I want a weak potion? We have no way to make Heart weak. So, possibly? Two powers or 2 weak potions? We will have 1,000,000 dexterity, it's true. This could be double Devaform. Alright. You sure we're gonna have 24 dex? I think we have to just hardcast this fasting now. It'll be fine. Have to draw an attack and a skill. Literally any attack will be alright. Probably. Good, we got an attack. Alright, all is well. And we have buffer to absorb this hit. So we go up to 24 points of dex. Block with defend first. I think we're holding on to Perseverance. Get 2 copies of Light quarter? I guess. Don't need 2 Master Realities, I don't need 2 Battle Hymns. Is it that much fun to limit myself to a max of 20 cards? Absolutely! Forces me to play in a completely different style to normally. Which is part of why I wanted to do this ladder, was to force myself outside my in-game comfort zone and explore the different ways that scaling can be achieved in Spire. We're gonna go for the perfect fight. We gotta try, right? We gotta. That. Could play the Ragnarok. Could play Ragnarok. No debuffs? No debuffs. No debuffs at all. And yes, Calipers is in fact on the other relics page. There's a whole bunch more here. You're wondering why we get to keep all our block. 24 decks came from 2 speed potions. We removed the debuff that they apply with the orange pellets, and they're doubled in their effects because of Sacred Bark. Lots of stuff going on here too, to create all of the decks in the world. Basically. Dude. Bang. Keep the miracle for the moment. 79 block retains. Vigilance in hands. This is instant divinity too? Oh, perfect. Zoop. Got him. Sir, we appear to be winning. Excellent. A beautiful turn. Alrighty. Alrighty. And now, to blaspheme. Become angry. 99 damage. But the heart ain't won. GG. GG. That was a tremendously effective run. No problems whatsoever. GG, everybody. Didn't even use the buffer. Good fight. 7 perfect elites, all perfect bosses. GG. GG. Yeah, what? Been done. Spire sleeps. But I shall not. No, we got more Spire coming here. Time for Ascension 5 in the small ladder. Hey, Super Nago. Nice waffles. Nice waffles. Let's go. Love random rare relics on Ironclad. I think that's almost always the right pick when it's presented as a choice. What an interesting act layout here. Look at this. No matter what, we have to fight an elite on floor 7 or floor 6. Yeah, floor 6 elites on every path. All 6 of them. Wow. That is, that's some intense pathing. And then only one elite afterwards. Dang. Why, though? Why does it have to be this way? What on earth? What? Why? Please, no. Alright. Yeah, give me a random rare relic, please. Ooh, that's a good one. Whenever we apply Vulnerable, also apply 1 week. Makes our bash a little bit better, especially in the early game. I think we want to stick to the left part of the Spire here. We have no money to make a shop any good. I'm not keen on fighting the Burning Elite. Let's go for this guy. Can we get a couple fires afterwards, at least? Take a little bit here. I'm going to heal with Burning Blood anyway. Champ Belt is Ironclad only, that's right. Only the Ironclad can find this one. Because only the greatest may wear the belt. Obviously, the Ironclad is definitively the greatest character. Ooh. Small deck means flex is good? Question mark? I think. You know, I'm not really sure how this works. Let's try it. Gain 2 strength at the end of the turn, lose 2 strength. It's not upgraded, but we will upgrade it. And that'll make it better. We go straight for the gray one here. We're not being attacked by the green one next turn. Calipers do work. They sure did, I'm Rando. We had like 400 block by the end of it. Trit. Wouldn't say that a small deck means exhausting synergies are more difficult. Small deck can mean that from a starter smalling point, you can boil down to something very efficient very, very quickly. Spot weakness would be permanent strength gain? Might be correct. I don't know how I feel about Hemo or True Grit. I'd rather have a strength scaling attack. You just take the spot weakness. Okay. Take 20 damage to get that. We're at full health already. Why not? And I'll transform... Honestly, at this point, a defend looks good. We've got lots of damage enhancements. We want to keep all the attacks in the deck. Give me a... I guess we did take a Hemokinesis after all. Alright, I'll be okay with that. Sure. Sure, why not? We'll even use it in this fight. Shrug it off versus Battle Trance. We're fighting Guardian? I should probably take a Shrug. I want this Battle Trance. Taking a Battle Trance. Just the raw card draw it provides is super good. Make Knob unfortunately mad here, but such is our fate. Don't think I play the flex though. Maybe I meant to. Looks like we got it. job, Hemokinesis. Toy Ornithopter will heal us 5 every time we use a potion. That's pretty good. And I think we want a Thunderclap for a couple of reasons. 1, it's decent with strength. 2, it also applies 1 weaken, courtesy of Champ Belt. Having a hard time winning even once on Silent. Do I have any tips for deck building with her? Silent has a really low damage starting deck, which puts her more of on a defensive back foot at the start of the run. You can lean into this and enhance your defensive capabilities with some block upgrades or some additional weaken, and rely on kind of passive damage sources. Although this tends to have a hard time against elites. Or you can go more offensive, add a bunch of attacks and upgrade them. But in either case, you need to get some kind of damage mechanism going for your Silent, whether that be upgraded attacks or passive damage from relics and powers. This Flex upgraded. I think I'm gonna go for a second elite. Wow.
Commander,
Mercury Hourglass
one of
is
our
awesome here.
most valued supporters.
Rampage!
Says continued
Thank you so
support
much
of
for the 14
XCOM
months,
project.
14 cards, 14 months. Coincidence? Yeah, yes. Yes, it is. But I'm happy you're here. Events seem better than fights, right? You don't have any powers yet, but Mummy Hand will make them much more interesting to take, making a random card in our hand free whenever we play a power. Hey, Orin Games. Great to see you here. Get the Battle Trance for more card draw. I've got a lot of things I want upgraded. There's no way I'm taking a curse. You can't make me. How do I pick between going for events and combats? Combats provide card rewards, which is super important. You need to get a few cards into your deck during your, especially your early Act 1. It's important to grab a couple of combats at the start. I usually aim for 3 regular combats before my first elite, and then kind of depends from there. That's the short of it. Weekend Nerd. Hey, Golio. Just be strong. Yeah, Elixir lets us exhaust stuff in hand. It's pretty whatever. Searing Blow, Intimidate, Bloodletting, all pretty low impact card. Well, not Searing Blow is not a low impact card, but it's a little bit late for Searing Blow. We did that last run and it was kind of terrifying. I like the direction we've got going more. What we really want to add from here is some way to block? We don't actually need a way to block, do we? Maybe I'll just forget the whole blocking thing. Maybe. I'll think about that. What we need is strength scaling attacks. Heavy Blade, Sword Boomerang, Pummel. Although preferably not Pummel. Preferably not Pummel. Hourglass is going to do so much work in this fight. So much. Boop. That 14 damage for 1 energy. What a good deal. A good deal. Can't quite KO, so I'll just go for the Blockerino. Might go poorly for us with the upcoming draws. Yes. Might go poorly for us with the upcoming draws. Should have done a little bit of math there. Ah, we're good. Good more. Chemo might be a good upgrade, though, just to make it do 1 less damage to us. Potion Belt, Toy Ornithopter. Nice. You now hold up to 2 more potions. But Fire Breathing Clash. Clash is actually pretty good. Here. But I see it being a problem against hearts, mainly, and I don't want to have that problem. Fire Breathing does say power on it. It's true. I'm not going to take it, though. Dang, Hemo hits hard. Sword Boomerang. Deal 3 damage to a random enemy 3 times. Perfect. In fact, I like that so much, I'm going to upgrade it immediately. Hit 1 more time. Okay, we've whiffed our spot weakness, we drew Flex on the wrong turn, and we're about to get slapped for like 1,000,000 damage. So I think our smart way out of this is to do this. Gain 4 strength permanently with our Flex. Should be the only potion we need. Despite turns like this happening sometimes. We're healing to... or we're not healing to full anymore. Excuse me. Still gonna trade damage. Gonna be a short fight one way or the other. We do have potions. I'm not worried here. You do 39 with Strike, Strike, Strike. Just take nothing. Oh, that was supposed to be Thunderclap, Strike, Strike. What am I doing? I saw Xaxes and I went for it. Couldn't resist. Either way, GG Guardian, get dead. Get dead. Limit Break. Yeah, now we're starting to talk. Flex, Limit Break is a beautiful, beautiful combo. That'll do. That'll do. Could do another Black Star run. Loving Pandora's right now, though. Transform 8 pretty stinky cards into something else. Doesn't look like a very good Snecko deck, that's for sure. In before 0 block cards, I would love 0 block cards. I'm Rando. In this situation, I would love no block cards. Please. Please give me no block cards. Close enough. We get a Feed, an Armaments, a Sword Boomerang, and a Reaper. As well as some other stuff. I like it. I like it a lot. Flash is back, baby. Alright, probably the first upgrade is Armaments because of Battle Trance Plus. Although the Feed is really important too. Being able to... So now we really don't need block anymore, if we can just get lots of max health. I'd say that's a pretty good Pandora's roll. Not the best I've ever seen. We didn't get any powers, right? Got no powers? Yeah. Again, the elites are kind of like awkwardly placed though. I can really only hit one. Like, I can only hit one of any of these 6 elites. Plus this one. Which means skipping fire and shop. We should at least take out the burning elite this act. Oh, we can do 2 here, I guess. That's not a bad path. Hit the early shop. We'll think about the burning elite. But I do want to start with a shop and a couple of fights. Rude. Whiff the feed there, but we get 5 max health anyway. Nice. Shrug plus. Potentially good. Might not want it though. Does say block on it. Makes it harder to play Clash. Makes it easier to play feed. Okay. Take it so that we can feed. Medic Shard is here. Bird-Faced Urn is here. Dark Embrace is here. Dark Embrace Fiendfire. Be a thing. So the Bird-Faced Urn is the Prismatic Shard. I assume this is the one you're asking about. Makes combat reward screens contain colorless cards and cards from other colors. Oh, the other one. Blue Candle. Lets us play curse cards for 1 health, exhausting them. Kind of a mediocre relic a lot of the time, but it can do some really interesting specific stuff. I don't really like any of this. I might even go to another store now. Which would mean committing to the Burning Elite, so that we have a decent next act at least. Certainly we'll remove a card, which might be Blood for Blood, but might also be Bash. Blood for Blood at least becomes free. Bash is just very expensive. I know it applies 1 weekend, but it's stinky. I don't like it. That's all I'm gonna do at the shop. This shop. Okay. Long line of hooded figures, offering us a dagger, but more importantly offering us 99 gold. We'll happily take. Bash can be part of a Dropkick Infinite, it's true. It's true. Now I am strunk. Oops. Didn't think I was that strong. Okay, yeah, we can remove all the block cards now. I have to actually eat stuff, though. Occasionally. Awkward. Limit Break doesn't make feed into lethal, it's only 18 damage. Or 1 energy short for doing it better, like. Annoying. So I think we go Sword Boomerang and then try to feed. I'll take that. Take a combat. We're still looking for more max health, right? Yeah. Okay, this should be a fight I can feed in. Ooh. Strunk. Big strunk. Should be an upgraded feed, too. Wait a minute. Delicious. Another Sword Boomerang. We already have 2, I don't think we need 3. Take the Feel No Pain, it's a power, so it works with the Mummy Hand. Works with several of our cards. I've got an Elixir too. I'll take 1 Feel No Pain. Clockwork Souvenir starts us out with 1 artifact. That's beautiful. Bag of Preparation draws us 2 more cards on turn 1. That's also beautiful. And we can remove a card, which is also beautiful. What a great shop. 10 out of 10, this one. What are the Blood for Blood? Yeah, let's get rid of the Blood for Blood, and then we can get rid of the Hemokinesis next. We have more attacks than we need. Bye-bye. Choose a skill. We can bottle our flex? I mean, probably, right? That just gives us 4 strength at the start of each combat. If we bottle Battle Trance will use the artifact from the Clockwork Souvenir. We want to be using that artifact on Flex. So let's bottle Flex. Sweet. Got no strikes to remove, so let's take out Hemokinesis. We'll make the feeding a little bit easier on ourselves, too. Alright, snack plant. More like heck plant. Got him. Wrong order. Fine. I've become strong. Actually, too strong. Power that gives us strength is certainly worth thinking about for at least 5 seconds. Not sure we want it, though. It's... I wouldn't call it slow. It's 0 cost, effectively. Don't we have healing to play with? Yeah. We have potion slots to play with, too. Are thinking we need an upgrade on a limit break. Do we? Not convinced that we do. Armaments will do it half the time. The other half of the time we just kill everything on turn 1. Headbutt? Nah. Don't need a headbutt. I don't think we need any of this. We're faster strength scaling? Have you seen what we're doing? Faster strength scaling. Well, we could go a little faster, maybe. Attacking me? How cowardly. Oh, shoot. That would kill it. I can't have that. Unacceptable. By playing this clash. Go limit break, ghostly arm. No. I got a Reaper. Bottled Flame. Choose an attack to start in the opening hand as well. The Juggernaut. Juggernaut definitely feels redundant. Don't really want a Havoc, although that would speed us up. Havoc Fiendfire is disastrous. Let's not do that. Bottling Fiendfire is pretty spicy. Bottling Clash. Bottled Thunderclap. I'm gonna skip this. No, pointy. Fight. Red Mask will apply 1 week to all our foes at the start of each combat. Ah.
Commander, we've just received the support of another council member.
Hello, Dory. Thank you so much for that Prime sub. Welcome to the council. That's my belt. Don't you know? Have some damage. Just for you. Done it now. Nom. Fight! We can go for another Reaper if we want to.
Commander, we've just received
Vertigo, thank you so much for
another
that Prime
council
sub.
member.
Welcome to the council. For the emotes community, and of course, Bug Smug sense of coziness. Brutality could be nice. Draw us a few more cards. Also, with Mummy Hand, it speeds us up a lot. Ooh, I like that. Take a Brutality. And that allows me to take Runic Cube if I want to. Whenever we lose health, draw a card. Or we could take Empty Cage and remove 2 cards from the deck entirely. Which would be Ghostly Armor and... I don't know. I do want energy, but I don't want it in the form of Velvet Choker. It limits our ability, like, we're gonna have turns where we play more than 6 cards between Brutality, Mummy Hand, Flex, Clash, Battle Trance. The downside of the Velvet Choker is a bit of a pain here. Take the Runic Cube. Ever we lose health, draw 1 card. Definitely make that work pretty well. Probably. Fiendfire still has a purpose to serve. I'm sure of this. It's nice with the Feel No Pain as well. Don't want any of that. This deck would win an A20? With the right potions, it would. We do need slightly different potions. But only slightly. Happy to see double Orbwalkers here on turn 1. Or, not on, you know, on the first event. On turn 1. Probably was meant to play attack potion there. But yeah, this is the purpose that Fiendfire serves. Okay, I can't limit break. I could attack potion. That would work. How long have I been playing Spire? Got about 3,500 hours of experience in the game now. Been playing it since early 2018. Pretty regularly. That base draw 7 every turn is so good. Delicious. Pick up a ginger, making us immune to weaken. And we could take a second copy of Feel No Pain. Kind of like it's... might be too slow. I think it's too slow. Ouch. Fight. Okay, and Inflame. This one's upgraded. That I will take. That I will take. Entirely happy with my own choices. So, Reaper it back. So we could just kill with Fiendfire, of course. Oops, 140 would kill. Use the times 3 version, though. That works. Skipperoo. Pretty good upgraded cards here, but nothing that's, like, game-changing by any means.
Commander, we've just
Jeremy TM,
received the
thank you so much for that
support of
Prime sub.
another council
Welcome
member.
to the council. Enjoy the emotes community, and of course, you found smug sense of coziness. Exhume would be ridiculous. I would love me an Exhume here. Please? Fight a boss? Certainly we don't care to upgrade all cards. We need our heals off the Reaper. Want 999 gold? No. Get split. Get eaten. Upgrading Limit Break just bad. It can be. We're going to want one upgraded Limit Break at least by the end of this. Yeah. Take one more Inflame. Plus. Sounds good to me. Actually want to take one damage because I'll draw one more card that way. Memorable totally understands the deck. Stronk. Stronk.deck. That's what we got going on here. Perfect. Completely perfect. Molten Egg. Whenever we add an attack to our deck, upgrade it. Don't want to add any more, though. We could end up with a card being unavoidably added to the deck, so let's stop it at 19 for the moment. Although the Warcry Plus would have been a nice add. Could see Dark Embrace being pretty good. I could see Orange Pellets being pretty good. I can see Root Juice for even more max health being nice. Is there anything we even want to take out of this deck at this point? Like, maybe Armaments? The deck not go above 20 cards, that's right. That's the name of the game right now. We're doing a self-imposed challenge called the Small Ladder, where the idea is to win every run with a 20 card or smaller deck. Pandora's has helped this one a lot. Remove Armaments and buy a War Paint? I like that idea. That's a hilarious idea. Wait, if I do that, it's almost guaranteed to hit both limit breaks. It'll guaranteed hit one limit break. We could maybe remove Spot Weakness now that we have 2 Inflame Pluses. Won't be good on turn 1 a lot of the time. But it says Strunk on it. Flash is also unplayable most of the time. Want to do a 15 or less card deck run? If I see a good opportunity too, we'll do as small as we can. We want this. We can remove all the heart debuffs pretty easily with Orange Pellets. And I want more max health. Just cuz. Just stop there, though. We won't buy that War Paint. So it has been decided. Nemesis could be a problem. Just draw the feed now, no problems. Everything will be okay. Dang it. Alright, good feed. Disarm plus. I'm not gonna get attacked. That's ridiculous. That would never happen. Would have been nice to take the 1 strength from the Vajra there. Let's just head towards the boss. Offer Golden Idol, gain 333 gold. It's like Dawn, but better. What Ascension I would... On Ascension 19, I would take the Disarm, because then we have to go a 4-turn heart fight at least. We might not even get attacked by the multi-attack. And it'll draw me cards anyway. So I like it. We will upgrade 1 Limit Break. But only 1. Nice. Weak Pot could be good. There's a Heavy Blade. With 2 Sword Boomerangs, feels like we don't need it, though. We're also really bad at energy. So... skip? Although Anger could be good. Have you ever taken a teleport straight to boss on stream? Yes, but it was a very long time ago. It was a very, very long time ago. Back when Ascension 15 was the highest difficulty and there was no heart. That was the last time I took that event. Oh, actually, no, I've taken it on a speedrun, that's right. We have seen it on a speedrun, and it was useful on a speedrun. So that was nice. It was really nice. Forgot about that. I think that was during one of the A0 to A20 speedruns. We saw it. And it was actually good. Unexpectedly so. That's a really nice turn next turn. I draw exactly all of these cards. I love it. Actually, I draw one more. Also draw one more. More strength. Drunks. Wait a minute. Hold on. Evolve's pretty good. Actually, Evolve... So, we have 2 choices. Actually, I like these choices. We either take the Rod and the Evolve, or we take neither. Problem with the Tungsten Rod is that if I don't take damage, then Runic Cube won't draw me a card. And so we won't draw very many cards against Heart, specifically that Beat of Death. Pretty important. I think we take neither. Skip, skip, skip-a-doodle-doo. Grab... Great on that. No, Beat of Death Infinite. Is that... Hold on, is that possible? Do you just... If you... Can I just flex over and over and over and over again? That sounds hilarious. Nom. Easy fight. Become very strong, devour opponents. Two thump. Deep pulsing dread. We felt throughout the room. Is this Heart of the Spire? Source of all these strunks. $149 sure is a lot of max health, huh? There's the Exhume we wanted. There's also a second copy of Feed. Pretty funny. Love these double power potions. Can do some interesting stuff. We have 600 gold. It's a lot of gold. Paper Frog would sure be nice if I had, like, any way to actually apply Vulnerable. We have one unupgraded Thunderclap. Not amazing. Probably want to remove a card. Let's start with the obvious stuff. Happy Flower for sure. Ditch these potions. Take these potions. Probably want an Exhume. And we'll remove the... do the spot weakness. Too conditional. We have better ways. Frozen Eye as well? Sure. Because why not? Let's crush it out. Commence the crushing. Slash the dying. Commence the dying. If I get it in flame, we have a kill. Worth thinking about. If I'd bought Paper Frog, this would be a kill. If only Vulnerable did more damage. It's a shame there's no way to do that. He's one. Dang. Okay. Thanks. Sure. There we go. And we get a potion back. Perfect. As well as the Ornamental Fan. If we play 3 attacks in 1 turn, gain 4 block. Burning Pact. Burning Pact seems pretty cool. Yeah. Toss a card and draw 2. I like it. Alright, Monsieur Hearts. Welcome to your doom. Every time we play a card, we're going to take 1 damage from Beat of Death, which is awesome, because it makes me draw a card. So I would love to take damage. There's our movements. Is this just all crap I want to destroy? Wait, we can test out the infinite if I do that, right? We would have not that many cards left. I have to know if that works. That would be only exhausting attacks left. Now we've got Thunderclap, we're fine. We are totally fine. Still weakened, I see. Not quite what I had in mind, but I like it. To get rid of Battle Trance. Wait. No, you can't do that to me. I need to take damage. Game. Please. But thingy was a skip? Who knew? Who knew? You can do some nonsense, though. Gotta see this combo, though. Does this work? Begin strunk. I don't think we can quite call this an infinite, right? Not quite. Not quite. We're actually not going to go to 999 strength either, because we're going to lose 108 strength. Why not cycle Limit Break? Because it's not nearly as fun, is the short answer. Sure, we could play Limit Break 3 times, but I want a Reaper on this turn, so I'm going to go to 500 here. Then I'm going to play Limit Break, then I'm going to play Reaper. Just imagine Ironclad posing in front of the heart, with lots of flexes, faster and faster and faster, as they cycle. Starting to get spicy.
Excellent work, Commander. This council is
I'm
pleased
Rando,
to
thank you so much
see
for the
our
2 months.
continued support
That
of this
Prime
project
sub.
has been
Glad to create the
worthwhile.
content you keep coming back for. Come for the ladder streak, stay for the infinite flex. And then double the flexing, and then deal 1003 damage with Reaper. We go down to 631, but we can fix that. More strong, proper 999. Now the devouring. GG. And of course, we ended at full health. GG. GG. Delicious. Simply delicious. We smacked the heart with the power of 100 flexes. You all doubted when I took that flex on floor 1. Look where it came now. GG. GG. Alright, the amount of giggles we've had so far on Small Ladder tells me that I've done something definitely correct here. Very definitely correct. In particular, this defect fight against the heart was so good. How much damage did we take? 154 damage. No problem. No problem. No problem at all. Easy peasy. Oh man. Well. Welly well. I'll do one more. But before I jump into one more run, I'm going to take a quick break, refill my water, stretch my legs, and when I return, Smollening. Be right back, everybody. Don't go nowhere. Alrighty, folks. We are back. Thanks for that patience. And we're already up to A6 on Small Ladder. Hasn't been as bad as I expected so far, although we did have a few scary moments. And the difficulty curve is weird with these runs. Doesn't feel like a normal run of Spire at all. 100 gold? 100 gold means more money for removals over the whole course of the run. Yeah, we're definitely going to take out the Burning Elite. When it's that late in the act, you gotta go for it. Yeah, that I'm still giggling a little bit from the Ironclad nonsense. Infinite flex, so good. Let's see if we can do 3 elites. That'd be pretty good. We don't get a lot of upgrades, but that might be all right. The upgrades later. A transform could definitely be nice. Silent really struggles, I think, with the Small Ladder. With a starting deck of 12 cards. Take 100 gold. I think last time we took remove 2. Let's see what we can make happen. Let's do 2 combats, an event, shop, third easy pull fight, and then try to take on 2 elites. See how we feel about that. Could always just Pandoras. No prob. Just Pandoras. That easy. I don't think we need to take any damage here. Let's transform Worst on Silence? Possibly. Yeah, possibly. Dagger throw? So normally I would always take dagger throw here normally on a regular run. The damage common. Not a bad one. Helps cycle your deck a little bit. It's fine. I'm gonna need cards to beat the elites. So we should probably take at least 1. Gotta be careful, though. We really can't afford more than, say, 2 damage cards. I think that's our limit, is 2. 2 damage attacks, more accurately. I would take a Fumes. With extreme prejudice. At the moment. Definitely gonna take one of these 2 powers. So I could have gone fight, question mark, shop, or fight, question mark, fight, shop. Could I speak to the thought process on which one I chose and why I chose that order? Absolutely, yes. There are multiple events in Act 1. Serpent is the easiest one to come up with an example of, that give you a curse in exchange for money or provide some sort of immediate downside in exchange for an upside. And the thought is that I'd rather have those right before a shop, so that I can compensate for whatever downside they might offer. Although I don't know that I would take Serpent's deal. Necessarily. I might in this situation. I would certainly take the 275 gold for the curse. But that was the basic reasoning. I go with the footwork. Welly plans with a small deck might not actually be that important. Lose the max, but I might... I'm a little tempted to take the 17 here. I think we're going to need some help, though. Well, well, well. Few interesting options here. The Abacus Whenever we shuffle our discard pile, whenever we shuffle the draw pile, gain 6 block. There's definitely ways with a small deck to make this really, really effective. And we could even afford Abacus card remove, which is kind of cute. But I strongly suspect the slightly better play. There's Leg Sweep's good, Dark Shackles is good, could maybe make Panache work. Dead Branch I think is excellent with small deck because it gives you access to more cards. But it feels like, yeah, Skull and Deadly Poison is super strong. Snecko Skull says, whenever we apply poison, apply 1 more. And combined with the Deadly Poison, it'll be a lot of upfront damage. What it means, though, is that we don't get to remove a card here. Bit of a problem. But I am going to do that. You could go Skull Remove. That's cheeky. I think we need the immediate power. Like, if we're going to buy Snecko Skull, we need to buy the Deadly Poison so I can beat Lagavulin. Otherwise, we're going to have a bad time. Lechette's Leg Sweep's a cute idea. I'm going to go with the Skull and the Deadly Poison. And then we're going to get a Deadly Poison immediately. Although I'd take another one. I would happily take 2 Deadly Poisons. At this moment. Oh, that's not quite enough poison to kill. Dang it. Sure. Our boss this act is Slime Boy. Does make it a little bit concerning to do Deadly Poison. Hoping we'll find a Fumes. It would make life a lot easier. This I don't think we get to take. Even with the footwork, we can't take a dungeon roll right now. We just have to get higher impact cards with our limited allotment. Good, very good. As much as Deadly Poison on turn 1 was nice, we need to get the footwork down. Blah. Damn it. Dang. Save this Fear Pot for a Gremlin Nub. Okay, that's a decent draw at least. Go, defend, defend. Deadly Poison got shuffled. Ooh. Stinky. We're not that bad though, because Lagavulin's only sapping 1 point of strength index every cycle, so we'll take some more damage here, but not a whole lot. Damn it, dude. It's a real painful draw order, though. They're trying really hard to make me uncomfortable there. Nope. Auto Lightning lets us have Deadly Poison in my opening hand? Sure. Guess I'll upgrade it then. 8 Poison would beat Gremlin Nub on turn 1. It's actually like half the reason to bottle it. Just for this. I still Fear Pot too. Option is Dex Pot. Or the weak pot. Or not Dex Pot, but Footwork. I believe we Footwork here. Yeah, glad I did that. see. Worst damage draw is 15 damage. Oh yeah. We're currently doing 11. Yeah, Gremlin Knob defeated. We pick up a Shuriken. Every time we play 3 attacks in 1 turn, gain a point of strength. And hello! Which one do we take? Bouncing Flask is way better at single targets. Corpse Explosion might be really important for Slime Boss. Notably, Bouncing Flask is real bad at Slime Boss. At least in Phase 2. So probably let's take Corpse Explosion. Solves our AoE problem too. Like, there's a lot of fights, Triple Slavers especially, where we're completely incapable of dealing with them with their current cards. We would need additional new cards, and we just don't have the allotment for them. So we play curse cards. We don't have any curse cards, and I'm not planning on taking any. So we'll take the Sapphire Key. Maybe we get an event that gives some healing or something? Yeah. Not really interested in seeing more cards. Oh, good click. Alright. Now we're sitting pretty. Pocket Watch. Pocket Watch is real good. We play 3 or less cards, we draw +3 cards, start of the next turn. That's what I call skill. Skill at the Spire. Actually, less... Should have just played the Deadly Poison. Better than the Corpse Explosion is. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. You mean that's worse? Elite Nana's cheers and caca. Boom. No, bad card. Actually, not that bad, but bad card. Want upgraded cards. Do I still go for the Burning Elites? Probably. See what happens here. Okay, well, in that case, I'm gonna rest. What's this nonsense? Yeah. Bane. Bane seems okay here. Potentially. Weird. Slime Boss might do a really nasty thing to me. Do you think we need some help in that fight? And Bane does help. Be our second common attack. I think I need to take and upgrade the Bane to be 10 times 2. Here's hoping that'll do. some poison. We need to split by turn 3 here. That's actually good, I think. We definitely split. This does 22 alone. We can get another point of strength here. Not the greatest split in the world, but not bad. Pretty good draw pile, too. Woo! Big yikes. Alright, here's where we start thinking. Howdy, fast-ass panda. So if we neutralize the front one, we're only looking at 25 damage, which is still an absolute ton. Good news is, we're probably not getting attacked next turn. Not sure if I can land the corpse explosion. I'm trying to figure out if we defend twice or only once. Do like corpse explosion, defend, neutralize? That's a pretty decent turn. Only neutralize you. Definitely defend once. Do we ever kill through the split is a good question. I think so. With Bane we do. Try for it. Okay, so you're going down to 41 minus 6 is 35. 3 divided by 2. 27. Okay, so I can... Or strike does 8. 35 minus 8 is 27. Split the other one. I don't really want to, though. It would give me a point of strength, however. So it would actually help most with splitting. Shows me a card, too. Oh, there's Bane. Uh-oh. 24, 32. Well, that's a slight problem. Pretty much kills all the gray slimes, though. I think what we do is this. Yeah, it's an 11 health split. I'm just gonna take 2. This one should never be attacking. Oh, it is, because it's got 2 different attacks. That's right. We can do Corpse Explosion, strike on one of these guys. Actually, wait. Better do this. Hold on. Math. This brings you down to 31. 27? 26? I can't math. is a terrifying fight. Whew. Definitely didn't win that without Pocket Watch. And Malaise is a killer defensive tool. This is never bullet time. I think. Well, actually, bullet time with, if we take a non-energy relic, bullet time could be huge. Give us big 7-card hands. A little bit inconsistent, though. Is it? Actually, if we draw bullet time on turn 1, it's also good, because the Ring of the Snake. I like the Malaise a lot, too, though. Bullet time seems like it gives us really high impact turns. Kinda like it. Let's try it. We can easily take either a Snecko or a Pyramid. No, we get energy. That's unfortunate. I want energy. Definitely don't want either of these energy relics. Guess I'm taking a Sacred Bark. Screw those energy relics. Should have taken the Malaise. Would have been a much better outcome. Much better outcome. Filer Stone without any way to negate the extra strength is just going to result in a fast death. Especially with a deck that can't do that much damage very quickly, like ours. But I think Sacred Bark might be able to do some magic for us. If we're willing to postpone our elites until the second half of the act. I'm definitely not fighting the Burning Elite here. It time? Yeah. Pretty good turn. We draw bullet time, and we play it again. Yeah, I kind of like that rotation that we got going now. Good. No... I would take the dodger roll if it said plus, but no and no. Did we get a shop on this route? Yes, good, okay. Possibly 2. 2 shops would be good. Definitely would like to remove some cards. Definitely. Strike 3 times? I don't think so. Draw a bunch again. Not enough poison to kill it, unfortunately, so we have to take a lot of damage. Good now, though. Really wanted to draw the Corpse Explosion on turn 1, but that worked out. Essence of Steel is 8 plated armor. That's pretty good. Can't take any of that. Events! Yes! Transform 2 cards. Perfect. Giving us literally anything other than strikes sounds awesome. Take my 2 strikes and turn them into something different. Uh-oh. Those are worse than strikes, I think. Oh god, where's my malaise? Oh no. Ah! Panic is setting in. Big time. Strike, come back. I didn't mean it. Didn't mean it like that. Now we're good. Okay, 4 strength potion. Could be very good. This we do take. Double the enemy's poison. Triple if upgraded. Perfect. Totally perfect. Can't risk it. Normally I would, but I can't risk it here. To survive. Alright, take the catalyst. I would prefer more of an upgrade-heavy route. There was one. Yeah, I can go this way. Fight no elites? We'll beat Champ just fine now. We would like to upgrade the Corpse Explosion. We would like to upgrade the Footwork. We would like to upgrade the block cards. Neutralize and Survivor. So maybe we don't take elites here. A double shop would be good, right? We could remove 2 cards. We should be able to beat 1 elite. Yeah, now we have this much money, we definitely want 2 shops. Less odds of fighting slavers. I'm going to do 1. This should be an easy fight. I've got potions, but they're not the kind of potions that'll help me kill elites very easily, unfortunately. Not these ones. I've done that. It's fine. We got bullet time next turn. We win. Nice. We do not play any attacks during our turn, gain an additional energy on the next turn. This is why we didn't want to do 2 elites. Let's see, this would be 4 strength, so 14 plus 7 plus 28. Yeah, that'll get him. In fact, I can even neutralize a different one, I think. So we go Survivor, Sneaky Strike. No, I have to Deadly Poison to Bane. Right, yeah, that's fine. Okay, yep. Yep. Not perfect. Next couple turns are gonna hurt. But at least the first one doesn't sting too bad. Yeah, ouch. Probably just Corpse Explosion defend, honestly. Take 15, go down to 15. We have to rest instead of upgrading at the next fire. Unless there's a waffle, which would be awesome. Then we can upgrade twice. I think we need to draw 7 cards next turn. Or 8 cards. Guarantee the Catalyst, defend, defend. No footwork, because it's not doing what I needed to do here. If I could afford to play them both. Why not just bullet time whenever we draw it? Because next turn is a thing that we have to think about. And Pocket Watch will draw me more cards if I don't bullet time now. Like if I draw Strike, Strike, Dagger Throw, Phantasmal, Defend or something, just die next turn. Can't allow that. Done you. Ouch. It's to 19 poison. Okay, we're alive. We have ourselves a bird face turn, healing us 2 whenever we play a power card. 2. There's that malaise I wanted earlier. Leg sweep might be better now. Leg sweep might be better now. Potion gives 6 shivs? It sure does. Yes, it sure does. Urn shows the crow god Mazaleth looking mischievous. Take the leg sweep. Okay, there's the fumes we want too. Is that all we need? Fumes, anchor, card remove. Still can afford a card remove at the next shop too. Anchor is great. Potions are good too. That deck spot is 4 dexterity. Have no combats in the way. I'm gonna not rest at this first fire. $234 dues. Gonna go ahead and upgrade the one card we want upgraded for Champ, which is gonna be probably Footwork. Actually, probably wanted to remove one of these two, huh? Maybe. Huh. Wait. If I waffle, I can fight this elite. Oh, man. Okay. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. We missed out on the card reward, or the card removal, but that's fine. That's fine. We have most of the pieces we need. Just need to refine this a little bit. Astrolabe would be a good boss reward. But yeah, let's take the waffle here. Healing us to full health and giving us 7 more max health. And I don't need anything else. Not taking the insect, no. Although I think we could have beaten the elite with the Shiv potion and the preserved insect. We go here. Oh, hello. See, you are very mean. You'd like to not do that, please? I don't get to play footwork. It's rude. Guess I could do, like, footwork, survivor, deadly. Do I need to pocket watch? Awkward. Because I need to play deadly poison. We have to get the poison down. That's never not happening. Can full block with neutralize survivor. I'd rather do this. Keep him weak for 3 turns. Basically the same thing as having footwork in play. Gotta play the dagger throw last because it discards a card. Hey, not bad. Not a bad fight at all. And we can even heal the 2 by playing footwork against Champ. Totally worth it? Question mark? I've got fumes too. Nice turn. Times. Alright, fumes turn 1 against Champ, making me feel good. We just gotta play Catalyst at the right moment. And all will be well. Incredible consistency between Art of War, Pocket Watch, everything else going on here. Beautiful. Double poison damage. You can play it again. Excuse me, that's a lot of damage. Okay, next turn he's gonna be... pretty sure we kill him if we Corpse Explosion now. Don't have to, though. Just do this. Fight. Blah. Can't take it any bit. We're at 20 cards. So we skip. Interesting. Snecko? Snecko Pocket Watch is certainly a thing. Draw 10 cards every turn. We have a bullet time! Oh my god, we have bullet time. Get in the deck, Snecko Eye. The bullet time is here to show itself off with enormous card draw. Snecko Eye says, sort of our turn, draw 2 extra cards, start each combat confuzzled. There's lots of nonsense I can do with it. That Alchemize would have been so good with Sacred Bark, right? Not allowed to take it though, we're at 20 cards. Can't do it. Ew, go here. Alright. Fine. Yeah, there's a lot of ways that, like, we can just not get any more removals for the whole rest of the run from here. We don't want to encounter any of them. It would bring about the sad times. Draw 10, please. Good. So if I kill this now, the corpse explosion hits the block, and these enemies don't die. But if I end turn, their block expires, and then the explosion happens. And they do die. Got him. Liquid Memory is extremely good. Choose 2 cards in the discard pile, return them to my hand, and they cost 0. Dash and Backflip are both great cards, but again, not allowed to take anything. We're already at our cap. Likewise, not allowed to take the Warp Tongs, because it would put us at 21 cards. Or I'm not going to. Can upgrade something, though. I like the Leg Sweep upgrade quite a bit. Actually, I like the Corpse Explosion upgrade even more. Make that +3 poison. This challenge is indeed brutal. It's, like, it would definitely be correct, I think, to go to 30, 35 cards on this run from here, but nope. We gotta do what we gotta do. Okay, honestly happy with anything that isn't a forced card edition, so I'll take that. Take that just fine. I have by far the easiest time with Transient if we Catalyst now. Do that. Dunked on, nerd. Yeah, small decks can be crazy strong. It seems to me like they struggle the most in the early and mid game, and then they get really strong in the late game. But that might just be the low Ascension talking. Not actually sure. If we get a curse forcibly added to the deck, I am allowed to try to remove it before the end of the run. But that's why I'm not deliberately adding a 21st card. It's because if we did add the 21st card intentionally with the intent to remove it later, and then get a curse added in addition, I will get stuck above 20 cards and we will lose. That's the nightmare scenario to be avoiding here. Surest fire way to die. The big sad. Pandora's Glitch not permitted, but Pandora's Box is still, like, insanely good anyway. So I'll be taking the box pretty much whenever I see it. Just won't be glitching it. Ow. Was it box glitch? That's the one. Box glitch is the command. Yeah.
I don't know where people are getting those damn Advent burgers, but if I find
like the
another
Cultist version
wrapper
very much.
stuffed under one of these command consoles, there's gonna be
Storm,
hell
thank you so much
to
for
pay.
the whole hecking year on that Twitch Prime sub. My goodness gracious, has it been so long already? Absurdity. Feels like a reasonable time to break the pocket watch. Oh, that's pretty good. It's a pretty good turn to Phantasmal Killer for. Nice, not even getting attacked. $33 times 2. Hot damn. Okay, Beggar Marbles will strip Artifact off of enemies that have it. Oh, I wish I could take that. I really, really wish I could take that Bouncing Flask. But we are not permitted. Oof. Big oof. Dang. Dang. What event forces a curse? Wheel Gremlin can force a curse. Match and Keep can force a curse, or any card. What else can force? In Act 2, the Altar event can force a curse if you're below a certain health threshold. Wheel Gremlin and Match and Keep are the two big ones. You can also get a curse added to your deck by a Writhing Mass. Avoiding question marks, not an option. Unfortunately. We have to get the Burning Elite down. The one with the most health. Should be an easy kill next turn. Deal 40 damage. Okay. Plans would also be okay. You can also have a curse forced by Curse Key if you choose that as your boss relic. It's an option too. Or you could just find two merchants again. Well, that's nice. I like it. Not really thrilled with this shop, but we will remove a strike. Probably gonna remove Neutralize. The key, you don't open the chest. If you need the blue key for Act 4, though, you have to. Have to open the chest to get that. No melees in this deck, right? Right. This shop is not a lot better. I wouldn't mind the Dexterity Potion for the Heart Fight. Okay, down to 18 cards is nice and reasonable. Still afford to remove. Let's... Should attack bot. Well, 8 plans, I'm... Like, the upgraded one was cool. The unupgraded one, I don't think so. We're drawing literally more than half the deck every turn. Should be pretty easy to get what we need. At least that's the thought. Just, yeah. Question mark was the second shop, Carissa. So, yes? Let's go with yes. Nice. Worth to save Art of War? Like with bullet time being drawn more than half the time, or more likely exactly half the time, I'm not thinking about it too much, quite frankly, especially not in this fight. Thanks. The Nemesis. Okay, here I'm just gonna use the bullet time. Play every card in my hands. Dead son. Ooh, but not as dead as I am. Yikes. Leg sweep, no. I mean, this is fine. We'll just heal back off of stuff. Ouch. All the time. -98 minus 61, 37. 20. 30. 38, perfect. Energy, perfect. Happy Flowers, awesome. A second deck spot, also awesome. And an Envenom? No. Right? We have 1, 2, 3 attacks. Well, Bane, I guess. Still, no. Would prefer, like, an unupgraded Bouncing Flask to that, most of the time. It does at least heal for 2, I guess. For whatever that's worth. Not a whole lot, I don't think. Can talk at length about, like, what turn it's optimal to Catalyst on, but, whatever. Bullet time, please? That's good enough. I'll take it. Still a bit ouchy here. Cool. There's the unupgraded bouncing flask I asked for. Alright, I'll take it. It's good at stripping artifacts. I prefer the upgraded one we saw earlier, but I can just upgrade it. I can also just upgrade Leg Sweep. Upgrade the flask here. We'll upgrade the flask. Okay. Like a decent enough turn. Kill Deca, cause I can. They'll both die at the same time. It doesn't matter at all who I target. Although the weakness might matter for timing there. Guess block cards are not invited to the party here. Stings a bit. Two and two. Oof, ouch. My face. Not my beautiful face. Did not draw a corpse explosion, huh? Got it here, though. Kablam! GG. Two thump. Deep pulsing dread. Maybe fell throughout the room. Is this the heart of the Spire? The source of all this poison? Prepare your poisonous flasks, dealing 1102 damage. Good year. Have I been here before? Something dark side of the Spire. Okay, I think we want to upgrade Leg Sweep. We're missing 9 health, which is, I think, enough that you should consider a rest. Going into the 4th act here. There's not a whole lot of upgrades that'll help you more than 10 more health will. This is also true if you're not going for the heart of the fire right before the bosses at Act 3. Almost always want to rest before your Act 3 bosses if you're not at full health. Just more hit points is consistently going to help a lot. But in this case, because of the bird face turn, I'm going to upgrade. Also, I think that 1 turn a week might matter a lot. We take a second Leg Sweep and completely invalidate what I just said. I like Ancient Potion to block Vuln from Heart, too. I think I do want the Memories Potion. So maybe I swap out a Dex Pot? Is that right? Yeah, that feels right. Ancient Pot will be better than the Dex Pot will. Can I do Ancient Pot, card remove, Leg Sweep? No. No, I can't. Wait, I have Ceramic Fish? Hold on, math. $58. No, we're still a little bit short. I don't have to remove a card, though. We're at 19. Just buy it. Or just, you know, have the thing. 2 leg sweeps is a nice safety mechanism in case our leg sweep costs 3. Good. 144. So can't buy any cards because we'd be at 21. I will swap out our deck spot for this fresher, better deck spot, though. That sounds great. So now I can't take a card from these jerks. Truly tragic, I know. Such is the way of things. Alright, screw this guy in particular, apparently. Sweet draws here. So good. Happy Flower on 2? Yeah. Or on turn 2. Yes. We don't have Lantern? What on turn 1? We Flower on turn 1. Got Art of War for every other turn, right? And we have a 10-card draw on turn 1 with Bag of Preparation. Dash at this rate, it's pretty whatever. High starter card density and small ladder? I mean, you have to, right? You cannot remove 12 cards during the course of a run, usually. So the starter cards are going to be sticking around to some extent. So fortunately, Silent can scale her defends really well with footwork and potions and stuff. I'm surprised the Sacred Bark has done so well for us. I kind of, like, didn't really think that hard about energy going into Act 2. And we had to make some weird choices, because I didn't, but worked out. Worked out. Okay, am I playing only 3 cards? There would be Deadly Poison Fumes and Bouncing Flask, and then we don't play Leg Sweep. We don't have Weaken for the next couple of turns. Definitely we play this. A Weaken? I mean, I can't not play Bouncing Flask in the Heart Fight. That's ridiculous. 16 poison. Could use the Liquid Memories to get back the Leg Sweep. I might do that. Draw me 10 cards, please. We draw exactly... No, we don't. We draw a ton of stinky statuses. Yikes. Ah! Oh, that could have been worse. Definitely could have been worse. Free Corpse Explosion's great.
Commander, one of our most
Debbie Pinson, thank you so much for the 14
supporters,
months and that very generous
continued
tier
support of the
2
XCOM
sub.
project.
You keep watching, I'll keep streaming. Sound good? 27 plus 16. Tripled is plenty? Well, we can do better. That's good enough, though. I think we'll tread the middle ground of Liquid Memories, Leg Suit plus Bouncing Flask. To both avoid damage and dish it out. Oh, I do get to Dagger Throw here. Thought we didn't, but because Sneaky Strike is 0, we can play Dagger Throw. And then Sneaky Strike, get more energy. Enjoy your 160 poison, nerd. And this is why we took the Ancient Potion. Ow. Good turn? We're fine, though, of course. Should be enough. Good fight. GG, Mr. Hart. GG. Beautiful run. Totally beautiful run. GG. Pocket Watch from the Scrapoos really made all the difference there. Curious how that would have looked if we had not found that. Pretty terrifying, I think. GG. Yeah, technically a 3 energy silent, but we're doing Snecko Bullet Time Pocket Watch Art of War. That's not 3 energy. That's not 3 energy. I refuse to acknowledge that that's 3 energy. GG. I don't think I should have run the one from Act 1. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like, the small ladder. The Act 1 boss has got to be, like, the most terrifying thing, right? How often can we beat Slime Boss without adding a ton of cards to the deck in Act 1? Not very often. Not very often. Terrifying. Terrifying. Good night, Lucky Look. And everybody else who's headed on out. I think I am myself going to wind down here for the week. Been a lovely 7+ hour broadcast today. We got some awesome Monster Train challenges done. Got some awesome Spire runs done. Looking forward to a couple days off. We will be back on Sunday. Some variety content. And probably maybe some Spire too. Not literally noon Eastern Standard Time. If you want to be notified when the stream's live, you can of course join our Discord to do so, or follow on Twitch, which so many of you choose to do, and I so appreciate. Take care, Camel Crushed, Gamer Sloth, GG. See ya, Ipona, Shaylin, Mathematician, Uble, Gotti, Vertigo, and everybody else. I'm gonna throw you on over to Despot Thoughts, who's doing some Spire himself. Looks like he's doing 820 hearts. Hope he's having a good time. Channel regular and awesome community member. Hope you have some cozy times with him. I'm off to grab some dinner and head to bed because I'm exhausted. Thanks so much for watching, everybody. Ta-ta for now. I'll see y'all next time. Toodaloo, everyone.